Good morning. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:05 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on our website at www.michigan.gov/micrc for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, as well as written public comment submissions. There's also a written public portal. There's also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/micrc. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and public record, I will now turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. When I call your name, please say that you are present. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, village, and the state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present from Imlay Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eid.
Present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present. Good morning. Attending
Good
from
morning.
Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Letts.
Present, attending from Grant Township.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present from Carlton, Michigan.
Commissioner Orton.
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Commissioner Zatella. Commissioner Vallette.
Present, attending from Highland Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Mr. Chair, you have 10 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome, sir.
We'll now move to adopt the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view today's agenda at www.michigan.gov/micrc. I'll now entertain a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Lett and a second by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. We'll now move to the public comment portion of today's meeting. I'll turn the floor to the commission's vice chair, Commissioner Kellum, to facilitate this portion of the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to the agenda topics portion of our meeting. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we'll now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. And if you're on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you again by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we don't hear from you for about 3 to 5 seconds, we'll move on to the next person in line, but then return to you after they're done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we'll help you to troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment portion at a later meeting. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. You'll hear some form of a timer at the end of your 90 seconds, and please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. So first in line for our remote public comment is Mr. James Gallant. Good morning, Mr. Gallant.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. It's James Gallant Marquette. These are my opinions. Chair Eid and Vice Chair Kellum and the rest of you MICRC members, please direct our legal counsel, Mr. Fink, to page 6 of the Rules of Procedure, section 1.1 or 1.2, definitions, so that he can explain how that in his opinion, this commission is not formally deliberating at these meetings. Under that rule, it says meetings, quote, unquote, means convening a public body with quorum for the purpose of deliberating towards or rendering a decision on public policy, period. There is no phrase in the Rules of Procedure under the search bar for formal deliberation, informal deliberation. So you're doing this by unanimous consent. You're now approving this informal deliberation process that you got going. And yeah, in contradiction to the Constitution. And of course, I believe my prediction is that Megan Shar, as a licensed attorney, will be disciplined by the Michigan Bar for impersonating the current Secretary of State, Joyce Benson, by calling the roll and establishing quorum for this commission in contradiction to the Constitution. And the rest of you attorneys, you know, you can all stand in line, and it's just unbecoming of members of the bar. I mean, you can read. Mr. Fink said he didn't know when it's time to vote. He doesn't know what the definition of a meeting is. Okay, he's not showing his competence here to really to direct you, Mr. Eid. And I would ask.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant, as always, for your public comment. Number 2, this morning we have Jamie Rowe. Allow just a couple of minutes for staff to unmute you. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Rowe, and I live in the unconstitutional 11th Senate District. My focus today is on 3 primary communities of interest in Macomb County at stake in your important work: the Lake St. Clair, Clinton River Watershed in Sterling Heights and Clinton Township, and the Chaldean American COIs. 3 maps best reflect the needs of these clear and vital COIs. First is Flamingo, which protects all 3. Dove, which protects the Chaldean COI, but could be made much better with slight changes to restore Lake St. Clair and better connect the Clinton River watershed. And finally, Cardinal, which protects the Chaldean community and gives some protection to the Clinton River watershed COI. The maps that destroy several of these COIs are Hummingbird, which makes almost 0 changes to the unconstitutional district I live in, and Robin, which destroys the Chaldean COI. Those maps should be disregarded. Map number 366 and map 381 both do an outstanding job in protecting all 3 of these vital COIs. Both should be given a bird name for careful consideration. In Macomb County, we hold dear our natural treasures and want them protected. We also greatly support our Chaldean neighbors who add so much value to our community. I hope this commission listens to and hears Macomb County and does its best effort to protect our vital communities of interest. I wish you much luck in your important work before you.
Thank you, Jamie, for your comments. Also, thank you for being specific about the maps and areas that we need to tweak. We appreciate that. Number 3 this morning, we have Alex McGuire. Good morning, and please allow a couple of moments, Alex, for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Alex, we can hear you.
Hello, Commission. My name is Alex, and I'm from Sterling Heights. Thank you for the work you've been doing. I've been watching this right along, and you've drawn 10 different maps that have names at this point and that pass the VRA. I think that it's fine if the Commission decides that you're going to draw an additional 11th map today, but I really believe that the public should get to provide its input at this time on the bird named maps as they're currently drafted, just like we did with the house maps. I ask that the Commission please send all 10 of these maps forward to the judge now and submit an additional map or maps if you decide that you want to continue drawing today. Please do not replace any of the public's options. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for providing comment to the Commission. Number 4, we have Tom Haji. Forgive me if I mispronounce your last name and also correct me. Tom, allow a couple of moments for our staff to unmute you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank the Commission for allowing me to share my comments on this important Senate redistricting process. My name is Tom Haji, and I'm a director at both the Chaldean Chamber and the Chaldean Community Foundation, and I'm advocating for the protection of the Chaldean community of interest that is well represented in the current 9th State Senate District. I will note for this Commission that the 9th District has not been ordered to be changed by the federal courts, and we believe it should not be changed. Our organizations represent over 180,000 proud Chaldean American citizens in the Southeast Michigan area, and a great number of our members live in the west side of Sterling Heights, Troy, and Rochester Hills, along with 2 of our churches, St. George Catholic Chaldean Church, residing in Shelby Township, and St. Joseph Chaldean Church, residing in Troy, all included in this important 9th District. Our grave fear is any changes to this well-drawn district would diminish our voice in electing a senator who could be held accountable for failing to connect with our community. I commend this Commission for the great work you did in building the 9th District and urge you not to diminish that work, and more importantly, not diminish our voice with needless changes not ordered by the federal courts. We urge you to forward the Dove and Flamingo maps to the federal courts, which leave the 9th District unchanged. I thank you for allowing me to participate today and urge you to keep the needs of our clear community of interest at the forefront of your deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom, for addressing the Commission, and thank you again for those specific references. Number 5, we have a phone number. I'm not going to tell all your business. So the last 4 of the phone number, 1572, area code 248, if you're present.
That participant is not present.
Okay, thank you, Megan. We'll be moving on to our next public comment. If number 5 becomes present, we'll hear you. But number 6 is Sandra H. Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my last name is Haratunian. A lot of people have a hard time saying that name, so I didn't say it.
Sandra Haratuni, let me honor your last name. There you are. Good
Thank
morning.
you. Thank you for getting it right. Thank you. Ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the Commission for allowing me to make my public comment on this vital redistricting process. You know my name. I live in Clinton Township in the current 11th State Senate District, which was declared unconstitutional by the federal courts. I am glad this Commission now has the opportunity to correct the wrong. I am the current president of the Homeowners Association and represent the views of my neighbors. I live right down the street from the new sinkhole that came as a result of the infrastructure needs that have gone unaddressed for decades until our current Public Works Commissioner, Candace Miller, took control and focused on fixing the problem. We have a clear community of interest in the Clinton River watershed in Clinton Township, Sterling Heights and Fraser, who have borne the brunt of this problem. The Commission has the opportunity to finally combine these communities so that the people can hold our state senator accountable to address our shared needs. The Swift version 2 map under consideration does a good job of combining these communities by combining similar communities in Sterling Heights, Clinton Township, Fraser, and Roseville. The Dove map does a decent job in central Macomb, but could be improved dramatically by restoring the 12th District 12 Lakeshore districts and combining all Clinton Township with the east side of Sterling Heights, Fraser, and Roseville. The Flamingo map also well represents our community of interest. The Hummingbird map is a disaster that separates this vital Clinton River watershed into 3 districts. That map should be disregarded. I wish the commission well in your work to fix this problem, and I hope you keep the shared communities of interest of myself and my neighbors in your work. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Sandra, for your comments. We value them. Number 7, we have Anthony Scannell. Good morning, Anthony. You're going to be unmuted in a couple of moments.
Mr. Scannell, if you are present, can you unmute yourself? You should be able to do that at this point. Okay, why don't we move on to the next vice chair and then we can come back to him and hopefully he'll return.
Sure. Thank you, Megan. Number 8 this morning, we have Chris Gilmer Hill. Good morning, Chris. When you are unmuted, you're free to speak, which is now.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chris Gilmer Hill, a lifelong Detroit resident. Firstly, I'd like to really thank you all for all the work that you've done throughout this process, and especially everybody who has been putting in work to try to reflect communities of interest. I know that that can be particularly difficult. I know that there's a lot of contradictory testimony, and it's always hard to figure out how to fit that together. So thank you for everybody who's putting in that work. Today, I'd specifically like to encourage you to keep working on the Hummingbird map that you started fixing yesterday. And specifically, I'd like to point to public comment P10186. That's from Will, and he's proposing a few more tweaks that would really help to address some of the issues that I think just got raised. In particular, the tweak that he proposes would fix some of the COI issues that Commissioner Satella and others pointed out yesterday. It would bring the whole Clinton River watershed into District 11 by including almost all of Clinton Township, all of Mount Clemens, and the whole half of Sterling Heights that isn't in 9. It would keep the whole Chaldean community of interest together in 9. It would also fix some COI issues further down into Wayne by moving Inkster into 5, Huron and Sumter into 4, and Allen Park into 2. It cleans up some other issues generally. It cleans up 7 a bit, and it puts all of Farmington Hills into 3. So I think that's a pretty neutral and very effective change. It would make Hummingbird much better from a COI perspective, and I would encourage you to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Again, thank you for the specificity that you provided. Number 9, we have Chris Andrews. Good morning, Chris.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Scannell?
Let me go back and try and unmute him and we'll see if we can get him. Mr. Scannell, if you're present, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Vice Chair, it does not appear that he's available, so I think that that would conclude the public comment. And I do want to acknowledge, while I have a moment for the record, that Commissioner Zatella has joined. Commissioner Zatella, can you let us know where you're joining remotely from?
Yes, I'm joining remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, Commissioner Zatella. As our Michigan Department of State, Megan stated, that concludes our public comment portion of the meeting. Again, we like to remind you, all members of the public, as a commission, please feel free to email comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We always appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way you choose and whatever way you're able. And we invite you to keep sharing your thoughts. At this time, I'm going to return the facilitation of our meeting back to our chair, Mr. Anthony Eid.
Thank you, Commissioner Cullum. Number 10 is Next up on the agenda is mapping. Without objection, I will ask the commission to return to its collaborative mapping process as outlined by our rules of procedure and policies. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, we will move forward. We have Mr. Stegall with us from EDS today. Welcome, Mr. Stegall. It's always nice to have you.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, let's get going. We don't have a ton of time. We ended with me making some changes to Hummingbird to try to combine some of the ideas that were in Hummingbird and in Flamingo. Can we go back to that, please?
Yes, I'm bringing up Autobound now. I was in the middle of something else. Okay. I've been a busy morning. I got all the plans with the little bird names. Got all the shape files if we want to do overlays. All right. Was that it right there? The V1, wasn't it? This one. I believe that's it.
We can't see your screen.
Well, let me hit share and I think that will improve. Okay, y'all see it now?
There you go.
Okay. So wasn't it V1 or am I?
Yeah, yesterday V1.
Yeah. I don't know what that was about. It's probably an overlay. I think I moved an overlay. Well, we were overlaying Linden, weren't we?
No, we had overlaid Flamingo.
Okay. So I do believe I've moved that, but no, I didn't. We got the neighborhoods there. I believe I had it blue. Need the district numbers. Okay, Commissioner Eads. I believe we were writing this kind of.
We're looking at District 9, and we had finished by adding Waterford to 9.
Yes. Okay. Chuck, would it be better if I had the video on? It doesn't matter to people.
The video? What do you mean?
Yeah, my video. I have it all. But anyway.
Oh, I think it's whatever you want. You're fine either way.
Okay.
We can see the mapping software. So we're looking at 9, which we should flip-flop 9 and 7, but we can do that later. We were talking about adding the rest of Waterford to 9.
Which way? Let's get up. Maybe. Okay, and that's still, yep. So at this point, 9 is 20,000 down, 23 is 17,000 down.
So we're between 9 and 23.
With 23 is also down.
All right, what about 24? How are we on 24?
24 is just 5,000 up, 2.16.
Okay, so do you see where 24 and 23 meet up there right above 9? Let's normalize that a little bit. So let's put, where is that? That's Orion, I believe. It's hard for me to see.
You want to put this area into 23 or parts of it? Is that what we're talking about? Let me get the color on 23.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. So we're right here at Oakland. That says Oakland right here.
But 9 needs more. So we could
9
either
and 24. No,
Right.
9 and 23 both.
9 and 23. Okay, so we could you zoom out a moment? Okay, so on the Flamingo overlay, that part of Southfield Township is included in 9. Can you put that in there? It's yeah, just following the overlay.
Okay. Oh, yeah. And now the 9 population is good. But you're still
Okay, so this is Waterford, Pontiac, Auburn Hills South. That looks okay to me. This does not change. Oh, it does change. It's it's close to the original 13. Someone just said there's a way to include Farmington, like complete Farmington Hills in that. We should probably take a look at that. But for now, let's focus on just getting this population deviation, right? We're between 8 and 23.
yes.
But then 24 could still use some population, right?
Yes. No, 24 is
24 is
5,000
okay.
over. So well, I don't know where 14 is. 14 is on the high side.
3 is low, right?
3 is low. 23 is low.
Okay, so let's work on 3 first. So we're looking at going from 3 to 9 to 23, essentially, is what I'm seeing.
Or 3 to 13 to 23. Well, 3 is 17,000 low.
Mm-hmm.
And 23 is 17,000 low. They're both low.
Okay, so where do we have that's high right now that we can get population from?
It's spread out.
Spread out. Okay, how's 24? Sorry.
8's probably carrying the most. 24 is 2%.
Okay, let's put some of 24 into 23 and then we can work around. So let's go to 24. The area above 7, above Rochester Hills, Oakland Township, let's put that into 23, see what happens.
Okay, that's 9,700. That goes to 23. I got too much stuff here.
You could try to put some of, I know that Kent is working on something, some of 23 into 13 and then try to split 23 and 24 evenly.
So 13 could give up some.
13 could give up some in. So what are we thinking? I mean, there's a lot of people in that Farmington Hills area.
I don't want to derail you because I know you said you were
No, I mean, look, please, this is supposed to be collaborative. We're combining 2 collaborative maps. I want all of the feedback. Could you see that population that's in 13 in Farmington Hills? So yeah, a little lower. Right, those precincts. We're looking about what, 15,000 people?
Yeah, that's quite a few.
No, way more than that.
35. I don't know why it's 35, but it sure 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, yeah.
Okay, well, that's too many. Okay. Let's see.
Just that top row is 16,000.
Yeah, but I don't want to go in there unless it's absolutely necessary. Commissioner Cullum, what did you suggest a second ago?
Not a good suggestion because 13 is, I was going to say, give some of that bocce part that's into 13 on the western side, give some of that to 23. I mean, to put it into 13, assign that little area that's right next to 13, that's in 23, assign that to 13, but then it's going to make it way over. But then you could also, if you do that, you could play with Farmington a little bit.
So can you try signing the remainder of Walled Lake? There's a few more precincts there.
Let me back up. This precinct here, this one. Okay. Are we talking about that area?
Right.
Okay.
And it would be that, I believe it's that 3169 as well. It's a township, so if you select by township, it should give you all of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I can do it by that, but that's where we get more geographic errors because they don't match up. Sometimes they don't match up with the precincts. But we'll do it just to make sure we get it. So that's Walled Lake. That's what it shows is.
Okay.
So that's already in 13.
30 and 13. So just the two precincts west of it.
Okay. This looks like a different entity.
Yeah.
But like that area, that's 8,000.
Right. Okay, so that's 8,000. We must be back in commerce then.
And we're going to put those into 13.
Okay, and then can we take 3 north into Farmington Hills? Right, what we were talking about before.
Take this area
into 3.
Put this into 3. Okay. So at this point, 3 is 6.8% high, 13 is 9% low, 23 is 6% low.
All right, can you turn off the overlay now?
Okay.
It's messing me up a little bit.
And turn the neighborhoods off too, I suppose.
Yeah, we're in the suburbs now. I think the Hummingbird Detroit configuration that this had was fine.
The 3 could probably, let me change the color of 3 so it's more easily identifiable with 9 and 10. So 3 is 18,000 high.
Yeah, but the issue is really, it seems to be 23 and 24. So can we go and look at that first and get those right? Because 23 needs a lot more. Yes. And I think that's due to this overhang on 23 going so far eastward. So I know I had you assign the township above Rochester into 23. Can you just assign that whole township into 24?
Yes. So you want all of that into 24, correct?
Right. Okay, so 24 is a little over, but we can look at the southern area later. And now 23 is significantly under.
Yep. 23 and 13 are And well, so it's 7 under.
23, 13. Seven, 4, okay. So we need to go basically from now, okay, so now we need to go from 23 down into 9 and into either 13 or 3. So
Well, 23 is still 25,000 under.
23 is still under. Okay, my fault. I thought it was over.
We moved this township into 24.
Okay, yep. And that's because we made, all right, I see what you're saying. All right, so here's what I want you to do. Remember what we just assigned to 13? We're gonna put that back into 23.
So
those two precincts of commerce that are just west of Wall Lake.
Okay. So we're gonna put we're gonna put let me clear. So it was this one,
and that one,
and this one back to 23.
Hitting the undo button. Okay, that makes it a little bit more manageable. So 23 still needs more folks, and we added water. We essentially took Waterford from 23. So let's go back to that area and see how much of Waterford we can add back in to make 23 even on population.
All right. What area? This is the Oakland International Airport.
Yeah, I'd say the start northeast.
Northeast or northwest?
Northwest, sorry. Northwest.
You could also go north on 23 further if you want to keep Waterford how it is.
Go north on 23?
Yeah. And you could, because then you could shave off some of 24.
Oh, okay, because 24 is a little over, and 24 is directly above 23. Okay, I like that idea.
That's what I should have been more specific. That's what I mean about evening out
23 and 24. Oh, okay, yeah, because they're both 17,000. That works nicely.
And then you could shave off more at the bottom of 23, like just as much as whatever direction makes more sense for communities of interest in the Novi area, but also as we're going north into 24.
So what township in this area do we think aligns more with 23? I mean, we have Oxford, we have we have a few different townships here.
So my answer is always, if you're going to go north, so if we get like those 3, Perry Lake Heights, Oxford, and then like 59, 12, those 3 right there. If we do that, then we should take some off the bottom, because that is my rule of thumb, that it shouldn't, I don't care if we're talking about Metro Detroit or the suburbs, there still shouldn't be these sweeping south to north directional districts. So if you take those top 3, then I would try to take some of those areas right above Novi off. But I am not from that area.
Right, I am. So
yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Callahan is.
Yeah, I'm like, you all have more insight.
Yeah, but how's 13 right now? 13 still needs
32,000.
Okay, yeah, so we could add more of 23. So basically we'd be adding more of commerce in a 23 and increasing it for those areas above 24, which does work.
That little jigsaw, that piece, instead of ripping up Wall Lake and commerce, you give that to 13 and then take the northern part.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Not there, Kent, but above it. You're gonna hate me, but the same thing we had just done. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. My cat just
I'm listening.
got my whole place. Okay, no, I see what you're saying, Commissioner Collins. That could work. And here's how we're gonna do it.
But Commissioner Callahan, I have a different idea. Go ahead. I know you're working
Oh,
the clock.
wonderful.
No, I like where you're going. This is good.
So are we talking about taking clear selection? Taking these 3 townships?
Putting them in a 23.
Okay.
Now that might be too many, but we can reassess in a moment.
Yeah, that's
That is too many, but let's look at 13 and 23, what I've had you assign and unassign now twice, sorry. The same areas of commerce. So we need to just make 23, we need to make 13 okay on population. So we're gonna take 32,000 away from 23 in this commerce area.
okay. So do we want to do it right here? I mean,
Let's start with, yeah, we can start over there. So we can start with Novi, Wixom, and working our way up.
so that's 10,000 going to 13. The question is, do we want to go to the westward?
I think leave Lion there,
Okay.
and we're gonna, because now we do have quite a bit of commerce split. So let's see if we can unsplit it a little bit.
That would be 10,000 more going to 13. So
Okay, let's keep going.
that goes out there.
You can move a little bit more north.
So that would be 23,000, and that would be it right about there, in that vicinity of number wise.
And what if you add the top precinct as well, the northern precinct?
This one?
Yep. Does that make it too much?
Yeah, you got, well, I mean, it's within 2%, but in
Okay.
relation, the 23 is low.
23 is low, 9 is low.
Yeah.
3 is high. Okay.
So
Cool.
there, 23 is, needs 10. But anyway, so, however you want to see, that's a 2-part.
That's a 2-part. Okay, so that last one you assigned to that most northern one, let's put that back to 23.
Okay, what did I just, let me.
It could also come south instead of going east. Instead of creating splits east, 23 could come south, like edging towards the top of commerce. So you can change the direction of the split.
Yeah, I kind of prefer this way.
I don't know. That's why I've gone to church in Walled Lake, and I have friends that live in Walled Lake, but I don't know anything more intimately than that.
All right, and 23 needs pretty much just one more precinct out of commerce.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, can we zoom in and just pick one?
Well, that's 3,000 right there.
All right.
If you want to do that.
I do think actually a different one might be better though, if you zoom in.
That's a 2-part precinct there, but we can do it by blocks. I just don't know if there's, like, you could put.
Do you see that one that's 2284 at the top? Right there.
That.
Yep.
That's, yep. And move that to 23.
Okay, 23 is good. 13 is good. All right, can we look at 24 and 9?
Okay, so your big numbers right now are 24 needs 27,000. 7 is 9,000 under, while 3 is 18,000 over. So really, 8's going to have to give up some.
Right. So we're trying to bring the deviation down so we can mess with the more suburban Detroit districts within instead of having to work at it outwards from 23 and 24. Does that make sense, Kent?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to get 24 right. And 24 needs some more folks.
I think you may consider taking some from 11.
Okay, so that area right there.
I think that, well, I know that's not a densely populated area, so let me just zoom in here. Well, yes, it is too, isn't it? But I'm just picking some. And that's about all 11 can give up. So it would come down to whether you want, like that.
Yeah, but then we can go from 11 into other southern districts. So let's just do all of it into 24.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What about that little piece that's over Utica and 7?
That's another option. We could move Utica into 24 instead of it being in 7. I think originally it was in 7, and I'm trying not to
Okay.
mess with that too much. Does anyone have an opinion on Utica?
I was saying that, and then anyone else can speak. Because
that's all Utica.
There's an area of 9 that could then go into 7. Like that little pink piece, maybe it's 10 and not 9. Never mind.
I kind of think 7's okay.
Okay. So
not
yeah,
change much from Linden and protects, the communities that we heard about in today's public comment.
You're right. You're right.
Well, you're not wrong. Nobody's wrong, right? It's just different.
7 needs just a little bit to be in play. It's at 3.63% low.
Right. So, but how's 24 now? 24 is okay. Wonderful.
Yes.
Now we're looking at, all right, now we can look at these inner districts, right? 9, 7, 10, 3, 8, and 11. Correct? Because 23 is okay. 24 is okay. 13 is okay.
Well, 7 is low. 7 is at 3.63.
Right.
So it needs to pick up a few thousand.
Okay. Can you zoom in on 7? Let's look at 7 between 7 and 10.
This is Clawson in its entirety. But you have little pieces. I don't know if that's something. This little piece of 9 is sticking out.
I believe that's part of Birmingham.
Yes, it is.
So let's add Clawson to 7.
All of Clawson?
Yep, all of Clawson.
Oh, Clawson is 11,000 into 7.
All right. Wonderful. All right, so now 7's good. And now we're looking at 10, 3, basically 10 and 3 right now. And then we'll move it over into 11.
Yeah,
So
10, 11, 3. Yeah. And I guess at some point you're going to reduce 8 a little bit.
a little bit, yeah. We'll take a look at that. Is there any way to quickly flip-flop the numbers for 9 and 7?
Yes.
Can you please do that? It is.
Yeah. Let me save this real quick. So we want to flip-flop switch 7 and 9. Is that?
Please.
So I think that's it. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. Now it's just the same as all the other maps.
Yeah. I'll save it real quick. Okay.
Okay. So now we have we could either turn on can you turn back on the flamingo overlay
Yes.
now that we're working again in this area? Okay. So we have this area of Royal Oak, right? Let's zoom in on there. And we're gonna put, all right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put Huntington Woods into 10.
So Huntington Woods is,
So do you see the areas north of the blue line? We're looking at Berkeley.
It's above Oak Park, right?
Yeah, above Oak Park into Berkeley.
okay. There's Royal Oak right there. Is
Right.
it north, south, east, or west of there?
West.
We're gonna put those areas west. Yep, Berkeley, and we're gonna put all that into 10.
Into 10.
Okay. And now let's look at 10 and 11. That's the big difference now.
So 11 needs 20,000.
11 needs 20,000 more.
Yeah. And 10 can give up some, up to 10, well, actually up to 14,000. So
okay.
Actually, you can make it work.
We also got comment this morning about 11 and communities wanting to be kept together that were ripped apart and destroyed. And no, I'm not. I took that seriously. I listened. So in District 11, so Fraser, Clinton Township, Roseville, that was serious to me.
I was actually gonna just add, I was gonna take the top right portion of Warren and add more of it to 11.
Okay, I don't know if anyone else has thoughts about that.
Well, one map that he referenced that was well done, it's in terms of his comment for District 11 and communities of interest, was Swift 2, I believe. And in that one, that corner of Warren is not in the district, if that makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would have to see an overlay to be reminded, if I'm being completely honest. I functionally, I understand what you're saying, but yeah.
So do you guys think it would be better to add this portion of Warren, or do we want the areas west of East Point? I mean, it has to be something added to 11.
And where do you want to take it from? 10?
10, because right now 10 has too much, and 11 needs some.
Then, yeah, I'd say take that corner of Warren.
Okay, would that be the northeast or the southeast?
Northeast.
Okay, that's 8,000. Does that go to 11?
Right.
I was just going to do it a piece at a time. So then, do we want to go here?
Yeah, so north of 13 Mile and east of Van Dyke. So those three, right, and those two more to the west of what you just did.
So at that point, 10 and 11 at this point are both under 2.5%.
Okay.
So 219, 2.41.
I have a quick question. Why don't we ever pull Mount Clemens into 11?
I think that was that. Is that what Commissioner Muldoon did in his plan?
I'm just asking if there's a reason the commissioners, because we tend to avoid that, and it's right there next to Clinton Township, unless someone knows something about that community as to why it would not go in there. It seems like we avoid. I see Commissioner Andrade's hand.
Commissioner Andrade.
I was thinking that Mount Clemens has a significant watershed into Lake St. Clair. If you look close, you can see the river there going right through Mount Clemens and all the way into Lake St. Clair, just for the purpose of the lake shore.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And I think that's good. That's good for me and maybe other people in the public that might be asking that. That literally, it was just a question. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade.
Okay, so we're almost there. Where do we got to look at to get this from 5.07 to under 5?
Well, that, I think 0.07, I mean, you're just talking about moving a handful of people. And wasn't there this one, that's it. I think 8, you could just move a little population out of 8 and it's done. Whether you put it in, wherever you put it would be fine. Like 1, well, that's a lot, but I don't know if you want to go up these neighborhoods or
Yeah, okay, let's turn on the neighborhoods.
okay. You want to turn off the
Yeah, let's turn off the overlay, turn on the neighborhoods. Because 1 does have a little too much right now.
Well, yeah, you could put a little from 8 to 6. I mean, I think 1,000 people would do it. I mean, 1 precinct.
Yeah, but let's go on the northern end because 1 already has too many and 8 has too many. What can we do around here?
This is 8 Mile. So 3
needs some folks, right?
3 could do it most easily.
Okay, any opinions over here between 8 and 3, Commissioner?
So, I mean, you could put that western border into 3. I don't, let me see what's happening above 3 though. I mean, so you got Oak Park.
Yeah, Oak Park, Royal Oak Township.
Yeah.
In there with
And
Southfield.
it goes all the way into Southfield.
Yeah, but 3 is one of the VRA districts, so I don't want to change it too much.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was.
I think if you just go from 1 to 3 a little bit,
so
I don't think it'll mess up anything.
1, if I could nitpick, 1, we have Jefferson Chalmers in with Groves Point, just gonna continue to reflect on that.
Okay.
I think maybe the east side of 1 and 8.
The district that would need to be modified to get it into below 5% is 8, really. Or you could bring 11 up, but I think it's really 8 because it's at 2.65%. So
Is it a matter of just moving 1 neighborhood out of 8?
yes.
But okay, into where? 3?
Well, I think the idea 1, well, it could go anywhere really.
So I mean, if we could move an eastern part of 8 into 1.
That's what I think too.
Outer Drive Hayes could go with Denby, Yorkshire Woods, or it could be Wade and Ravendale. Like anything in that area, I think it could go back with that deep east side of Detroit.
I think that
sounds good to me.
I wouldn't touch.
If you do all of Outer Drive, I think you would make 1 entirely too big. So you'd have to split Outer Drive Hayes.
What about Ravendale?
Ravendale is a small number. We can.
Or Wade right above it.
Yeah.
We have to do that by blocks. Because we always, we're just talking about 1,000 or two, not, like one can only take about less than 2,000, I think. Let me. So that's approximately 650 people.
Okay, take Wade too. There's some areas in Ravendale that don't look like it's
You
selected.
you can't put all of that into one and stay under 2.5. I don't think. So that would probably take one over. I mean, we can assign it to, I'm trying to remember exactly what the number is. It's going to be close, but. Yeah, that goes to 2.66. So you can.
So let's just do Ravendale. That gets us closer.
I think just Ravendale might do it, but. Yes, that's all it took was just that little bit. And now you're at 4.82%.
Okay.
Because that just made 8, go down 0.2, and that's all it needed.
All right. So it's within deviation. Let's save. And then let's zoom out.
Sure. Cut the neighborhood layers off.
Yes, please. Okay, can we look at 3, 10, and 11 real quick?
Numbers or what we want to see?
I just kind of want to see the borders of them.
Yeah. 3's been locked the whole time, so that 11.
And can you go a little west? Okay, so Farmington Hills are in here with Southfield. So we did make that change in 3. We have to send it to be checked. Okay, in 10 we got Royal Oak, Madison Heights, Berkeley. Okay, and then can we go up to 7 and 9? 9's approximately the same as the original district. Seven essentially swapped some of Southfield for some of Waterford. And then can we go to 13? So 13 added back in some of Commerce and goes south into Novi and Plymouth still. It goes further south into Plymouth, but I think that's all right. And then let's go to the top. And can you zoom out so we can see all 23 and 24? Okay, so these communities changed a little bit too in order to account for the other changes we made in the other districts. But by and large, they're still like exurb, Oakland County townships. So I think that works. Okay, can you zoom out again, like all the way so we can see the whole area? And 12 still has very close to the original Linden configuration. I think it's the same actually. There might be, yeah, because it was Mount Clemens was originally in 12, so that's still there. Yeah.
So, that is 12, right? Right down here, Jefferson Chalmers has changed.
Oh, yes, we added 2 neighborhoods to it. That's a pretty small change, and it's still along the lake shore. So I think that's all right for now. And if, if we hear about it from the public, I think we can make that change.
Yeah, they're gonna scream. I enjoy these changes. That's literally the only thing that I think might be a little problematic.
Okay, I'm good here. I think we did most of, so what we did was we tried to combine the Hummingbird and the Flamingo districts, the Hummingbird in Detroit and the Flamingo outside of Detroit. And I think we approximated those here. I didn't look at race at any time when doing this, just to be clear. And I was looking at the overlays from the maps that the commission had already done previously.
I'll also add that it heavily took into account comments that we've heard over and over again about different communities, and we adjusted in real time when we heard folks from those communities talk about things that they liked in Hummingbird or hated in Hummingbird, but liked in Flamingo. There was something else I was gonna add. Oh, if we give this a name, I don't care if it's a real bird or not. I want it to be called Phoenix. And I think it does some good tweaking to limit splits in neighborhoods as well. Not just in the Detroit area, but also as we go into the suburbs. I'll say that it moderately splits neighborhoods to make concessions for changes that we needed to make in order for this configuration to work based upon communities of interest.
Well, I think the suburbs are quite a bit better than what we had in Hummingbird, in my opinion. It doesn't, that District 7 doesn't go down quite as far. You have
Farmington Hills is together.
Hills is together. You have
District 11 is improved.
The original District 9 is there, which I still think Sterling Heights should be, full, but if we choose one that's not, that split at least protects
the community,
some of the interests. So that works. And District 11 now includes the other part of Sterling Heights and a little bit of Warren. It doesn't cross into 8 Mile like it did previously. So I like it. I do think there could be some changes here and there as far as like some of the communities right here in the middle. Like you could probably switch around a few from 3 into 10, or you could switch around, those 2 Detroit districts from 12 into 1. But let's hear from the public. Let's hear what they have to say about it. Come back to it.
I agree. I'm glad that we got it done.
Mr. Stegall.
Yes, I'd like to point out this plan name was uploaded yesterday. We should have made a copy of this and edit it, but we can rename it and bring back the old one. But I would tend to give it today's date and version 1.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then we got to, I know we have a limit, we said yesterday, of 12:30 to send it for analysis, both VRA and partisan fairness. So let's make sure we do that. And you said you want to we want to go with Hummingbird V2, Phoenix. What are we doing?
I always so really, to me, we don't have to name it Phoenix. That's the name that I like. But I think that it should have a different name so people aren't confused with Like if people don't like Hummingbird or whether like or don't like it, it should just be it's a different map.
Right.
I don't think people always, we as commissioners connect with how maps are connected, but I don't think the public connects with that concept.
Okay. Commissioner Zatala.
Well, if that's the case, then we should probably rename, I think it's the Swift 2. And we have a couple other names that have number 1 and number 2. I mean, if we're going to be giving everything unique names, then it should kind of apply across the board. Before we get out of this map, I actually wanted to see some partisan, oh, sorry, Kent. I wanted to see the partisan fairness analysis on it.
Okay,
Yeah, we can run that.
yes. I typically, well, let me just do the due diligence here.
Thank you, Kent.
I hate to get into it and find that there's some kind of.
And Mr. Chair, while Kent is doing that, Commissioners Zatala, if you can share where you're joining from.
Oh, I actually said that when I first joined, but
I didn't hear it.
Oh, I'm in
I'm
Wayne
sorry.
County, Michigan. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. My audio went in and out, so I probably missed it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I was in Detroit when I originally called, so I said Detroit
Yeah.
earlier.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, I have the spreadsheet up. Everybody see it? I just want to make sure I'm sharing it properly.
Can we zoom it? Actually, let me just increase what I'm looking at, and that'll help. So this is the Phoenix, is that right?
This is the plan we just
Mythical
finished.
Phoenix.
This is the plan we just finished working on. Did I hear somebody say you're going to call it Phoenix?
That's a name that I threw out there because
Well,
Sounds good.
we're not a bird. So people should just name their maps whatever they want to, as long as it's a bird, who cares?
All right,
Okay.
so we have 3.7.
On the lopsided margin, it's 3.7. Mean median is 1.2. Efficiency gap is 0.8 in favor of the Democrat. And the seats to vote ratio is -5-1 Republican or +5-1 Democrat. Count of seats is 22-16 Democrat.
Okay. So do you have the original spreadsheet that Dr. Hanley had shared with us by any chance, Kent?
I don't know if I have Hanley's. I do have the VRA analysis for this plan.
Okay.
I have it, Commissioner Zatala. Is there something you want to compare to or something?
Yeah, I'll share my screen if it's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so this is a picture of, actually, I'm gonna take that off because it shouldn't be on there. So this is the maps that Dr. Hanley had analyzed already. I added in the names as we've named them. And I asked for an Excel sheet on this so I could sort them. I also added an additional column because Dr. Hanley's analysis didn't have this column here. And so I added that in based on looking at the partisan fairness reports that are available on our website. And I sorted it by the number of VRA districts, the seats vote ratio, then the efficiency gap, then the mean median, to kind of come up with this ranking of the plans that we currently have named. And the thing that I have highlighted in this, which also concerns me with this plan, is if you notice, going back to the 2012 state Senate plan, which is actually the impetus behind the creation of this commission, is it had a seats vote ratio that leaned 5.5% Republican, which Dr. Hanley classified as being the party that wins the majority of seats with less than the majority of votes. So she considered that to be a gerrymander, which is the League of Women Voters lawsuit was on that very same issue. And so the Hummingbird and the Cardinal both have those same seat vote ratios, and they end up with 22 Dems versus 16 Republicans. And this map that was just created, the Phoenix, has the exact same ratios. So it ends up with that 22 Democrats to 16 Republicans, with a 5.1% Democratic lean, so that Democrats get 5% more votes than what the election results would lead you to believe. So that was my concern with both the Hummingbird and the Cardinal, looking at the numbers yesterday. And again, with this plan as well, the Phoenix, that it's basically doing the same thing. It's gerrymandered in favor of the Democrats this time instead of the Republicans, on the same level, really, that the 2012 state Senate map was.
Commissioner Callahan.
Hence, can you?
So
read
I remember putting the question out there to her of these 4 criteria. How should we view how they play together? And I think what she said is that lopsided margin was less meaningful where we are just because of the way the voters are dispersed. The seats ratio, the main thing to make sure of is that the party with the most votes gets the most seats, but the exact number is not that important. The 2 most important indicators were mean median difference and efficiency gap, and we should try to strive for 0.
So we do have Dr. Hanley with us. I think, you know, while I appreciate the concern, I think we should leave the analysis of VRA of partisan fairness to our partisan fairness person.
I would agree.
It seems to me that, you know, you're trying to pick and choose data for maps that you like, but
No, not at all. I'm just raising concerns because I know the seats vote ratio was of particular concern to quite a few commissioners.
It was a particular concern based on the party that had the minority of votes won the majority of seats. But again, to Ede's point, I think rather than us doing ad hoc analysis and cherry picking, we should address these questions to our expert.
So with all due respect, Commissioner Callahan, you were not part of the original commission. What I was referencing was—
I was part of the presentation that that the voting rights expert gave us. I asked the questions and she answered them. If we need to have her back to ask those questions again, that would be what I would do. Don't call me out for not being here 4 years ago. That's not relevant. And I'm an equal member of this commission. So don't take my comments as being of less value because I wasn't an original commissioner. My comments are on the same level with yours. Thank you very much.
I am not saying yours are less relevant. My point was that for many commissioners who were on the original commission, that seats vote ratio was something that was important that they were considering. And we had many discussions about it. That's what I'm referencing.
Fine, let's listen to our expert and find out what her analysis is rather than cherry picking data and picking out numbers and recalling conversations that not everyone was a part of 4 years ago.
Okay.
I think it would be more relevant to have her speak to us now than to get cherry
That's
picked data.
great, but I'd love to be able to finish what I was saying because you're saying we're equal, but yet you are not treating me as equal and you're trying to shout me down.
hold on. Commissioner Vitella, finish your thought, please, and then we will move on to Dr. Hanley.
Thank you. So what I was saying is that these districts that are being drawn concern me because I'm concerned that we are potentially, unintentionally, creating a Democratic gerrymander. And we have other maps that do not have that same issue. And so I do think certainly Lisa Hanley should look at it. But one of the things I would like to see is, and we did this the last time around, which is what I was trying to get into, is the last time around we went through with the maps and we didn't just look at the composite. We also dug into how the maps moved based on individual elections. So we looked at the 2020 election. We looked at the 20th for presidential. We looked at the 2016 election. We looked at the 2012 election to verify and vet the maps against those criteria to see how they were moving, to see how fair the maps were. So I think that's something we probably need to do, particularly with these maps that are kind of hitting high on the seats votes ratio, because that does raise some concerns about the fairness of the maps.
Mr. Brace has his hand raised.
I know. I'd like to go to Dr. Hanley if she's on with us. we had this whole VRA discussion. We had this whole partisan fairness discussion when we have a staff member who does this. So can we hear from her, please?
Yes, that's
And
what
then
I
we
was
can get to
going
Mr.
to
Rhodes.
raise. She is available.
Yes, I am here. If you would like me to speak.
Please. Hello, Dr. Hanley. It's always nice to see you.
Hello. Commissioner Callahan is correct. The way to read the seats votes ratio, if you remember, I told you that in a single member district system, a majority of the votes is likely to produce a supermajority of the seats. That's inherent in the system. When you're looking at the seats votes ratio, what you're interested in is to make sure that the party that gets a majority of the vote gets a majority of the seats. So to read the 5.5 in favor of Republicans and the 5.5 in favor of the Democrats as equal is incorrect. The point about the 5.5 for Republicans is, despite the fact that the Democrats got a majority of the votes, the Republicans got a majority of the seats. That's how the seats votes ratio is looked at. And again, the two more important points in terms of the seats votes ratio, all you're looking at is to make sure that the party that got a majority of the vote got a majority of the seats. And actually, the efficiency gap and the mean median measure are, in my opinion, what you should be looking at more than the seats votes ratio.
Thank you for the education, Dr. Hanley. I certainly appreciate it. I think we have a follow-up question from Commissioner Zatello.
Yeah, do you see the efficiency gap and mean median? I know we kind of have always disregarded lopsided margin, but do you see the mean median and efficiency gap as one being superior to the other?
No, and I would say that you would want to look at both because they're capturing different things and sometimes they point in different directions, but none of these scores really are, I don't think, particularly high enough to worry about, except for the fact that at the last time I looked at this, there were some plans that were drawn just, I think, a week ago, in which both the efficiency gap and the mean median scores were high. And I pointed those out.
Right. And so kind of a follow-up on that as well. I noticed we had one plan in particular that had leaning Republican for mean median and leaning Democrat for efficiency gap, but none of the other plans had that. Could you kind of speak to that? Because everything else kind of leans one way. So maybe it's leaning Republican or it's leaning Democrat, but both of those values lean that same way. So it was just sort of odd to see a plan that had a mean median leaning Republican and efficiency gap leaning Democratic.
Essentially, they're measuring slightly different things, and that's why you are looking at both of those measures. And again, that suggests to me that I wouldn't worry about the fairness of that particular plan. I would worry about a plan in which you had high scores or higher than average scores for both measures. But again, they're measuring two different things, which is why you're looking at a selection of partisan fairness scores and not just one.
Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, excuse me. I have kind of a philosophical question for our experts. Gerrymandering has been spoken of today, that may be what we are doing on behalf of Democrats. I guess my understanding of gerrymandering was drawing districts to specifically advantage an incumbent or a challenger in a specific district, not as we are trying to do here, which is to cover the entire state in a non-gerrymandered position. So I guess I'm looking for the experts to give us a definition of gerrymandering.
Well, there are actually a couple of definitions. So there's the possibility that you're drawing plans that help one political party over the other. That's that's usually called a partisan gerrymander. Then there's an incumbency gerrymander in which you're trying to help incumbents of both parties. Then you might have a party that is trying to protect its incumbents more than gaining more party seats. So there are a variety of approaches to gerrymandering. I wouldn't say that you're trying to gerrymander at all, because what you're trying to do is look at the scores and get them lower rather than higher. And you're actually required to do that by the state constitution, is look at partisan fairness scores. And I guess the lawyers should probably chime in here, but I can't imagine that you would be accused of partisan gerrymandering. But if the lawyers could please speak up, that would be helpful. I don't know if we have any lawyers on the call. Well, we have some commissioners who are lawyers, actually.
Probably just 4 or 5, but go ahead.
Commissioner Orton has a question, but Mr. Fink, would you like to respond?
I don't disagree with what Dr. Hanley said. I see no indication of any sort of gerrymandering going on here. I think Dr. Hanley's certainly the expert on the partisan fairness issues, but I think as you heard from her today, the scores that you're looking at on these various maps that you're considering don't give an indication or a significant concern about a potential exposure or challenge on partisan gerrymandering. I mean, obviously, we'd want to look at each map one by one as we go through the deliberative process, and ultimately, as you decide after hearing public comment, which map you ultimately want to adopt. But again, overall, I agree with Dr. Hanley, and I don't see any significant risk here as it relates to partisan gerrymandering.
Commissioner Orton?
Well, Mr. Fink kind of already reiterated. I heard Dr. Hanley say that none of the scores on any of the maps that we have, named so far give her any reason to worry. She said they're not high enough that we need to worry about them. They're all okay. So I just wanted to hear that again, make sure that that is accurate so that we know anything moving forward is good. We can go with it and not worry about it.
I did suggest that there were 3 plans that scored higher than the other plans on both the efficiency score and the mean median score, that all other things being equal, you might not want to consider those, but all other things aren't equal. And there are other things that are more important. So none of the scores concern me, but some are better than others.
And do we know which 3 plans those were that we would need to look at for other considerations?
We didn't give them names last week.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So all the ones that are named were not these higher ones.
I only had, let me see here.
If you have the dates of the plan or whatever you have as the identifiers,
I got
that would be helpful.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr.
It
Hanley.
is collaborative version 8. This is they're all 5/15. So they're all May 15th, and there's a collaborative version 6, a collaborative version 8, and then there's an EW1. I'm sorry, I don't have the names. The names weren't online when I did this.
I have them as 389, 390, and 391. They correspond to the full names that you just said.
That's 389, 90, and 91. That's correct.
Mr. Fink?
I think Ms. Shar had her hand up.
Ms. Shar?
Just to clarify for the record, one of those is named, I believe, map 390, version 8 from the 15th is named Flamingo in my records.
Oh, thank you for that. Okay, Commissioner Sotelo.
So yeah, I just wanted to point out that there are many people on this commission and we share many different opinions. I am concerned, particularly because I've noticed the last 2 days, an individual by the name of Christopher Gilmer Hill has submitted maps online. As Commissioner Lang pointed out yesterday, those appear to be being copied. And then he's also on the YouTube chat giving directions, and those directions seem to be being followed. And the reason why that's concerning is because he is currently a precinct delegate for the Democratic Party, and he is also the same person who offered potential district maps in the House drawing, and he is now currently running as a candidate in the 8th House district for the House election. So that does concern me a little bit about how much influence the Democratic Party is having on some of these maps. And I understand other commissioners may not be concerned about it, but I think I wouldn't be doing my duty as a commissioner if I didn't raise up those concerns for other people to consider. So you can disregard them if you'd like, but I'm still going to raise them.
So again, I wasn't looking at any COI map when I was combining the districts that we had already drawn with Hummingbird and a Flamingo. I never watched the YouTube chat. So any insinuation that what I just did, or I think what any of us have done this whole time, is influenced by any sort of political party, I just think that's uncalled for. And I think accusations like that, I mean, they were made in the, if I remember the legal arguments correctly, they were made in the, in the House plan once we submitted it. And what the court had found was that there is, maybe not what the court found, but in my opinion, there's a big difference between a member of the public submitting comment based on a map that we've already drawn and trying to improve it versus somebody just like submitting a map at the beginning of the process and the commission adopting that map. That's not what's happening. It seems to me that people are trying to improve what we've already done. But again, when I was just drawing, I wasn't looking at any of that. I was just looking at the overlays that we've already done, trying to take the communities of interest into a consideration, trying to combine what I liked from the Hummingbird and what I liked from the Flamingo, what I liked from the other maps we've created, and go from there. Commissioner Kellum.
I'll be quick because I've already said that, but just so the record is clear, I think we've had overwhelming comments regarding the changes that were made between yesterday and today. And even, this map started when we were at Wayne State with Commissioner Villette's turn. And then Commissioner Andrade made changes to the map, and Commissioner Orton, though she didn't want to work on the map yesterday, had collaborative efforts with this map. So it was born out of what we've heard from the MENA community. I have copious notes for each district. And I think the map that we've worked on reflects that. So I want to be clear for the record. I also think that we have a whole hashtag that implores people to speak up and speak out. And we have listened to several members of the public that come out, and we have the comment portal. None of this stuff is in vain. And, just like I brought up, there was the MSU map that was submitted to us, and commissioners shared that they saw the similarities, but when you lock districts, that is a map that is going to be similar to the MSU map. So I think there's all sorts of references that can be made, but I do think the map that was worked on yesterday, today, and last week was born out of a concerted effort to listen to communities of interest.
Commissioner Callahan.
I want to say I agree with what Commissioner Kellum just said. I think this last map was the most collaborative map that we did. Actually, I think pretty much everybody had a hand in it. And so I would hate for it to become tainted by some misdirected remarks. And I think it was a very good collaborative map. The other thing I did want to bring up, though, is that it has come to the attention of the commission that one commissioner, Rebecca Zatella, has solicited input from elected officials in a way that was meant to influence our map selection, and apparently tried to specifically sway their opinions toward a map drawn by her. I don't know what her agenda is or if she has an agenda. I'm just saying that this happened. There was a personal email that was sent out. The rest of the commission was not
Commissioner
aware of it.
Callahan,
And
can I just
regardless,
interrupt you for a moment?
sure.
I think we should have a discussion about that. We have a job to do today, though. Let's get the job done today. And, you know, if you want to add that topic to an agenda for a future meeting, you can. And let's get the job done today. And I'll let Commissioner Zatella respond quickly, please. And
Now I'm going to finish my response first, please. It's short and I'll be brief. I don't, you know, Rebecca has said that what she did was completely appropriate. That's fine. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I do know that the recipients may not have felt it was appropriate because they contacted legal counsel and said they would decline to provide input. I'm not an attorney, so I'm a little confused. However, I do want to know our legal counsel's opinion on this form of public outreach. And if they think it is inappropriate, I want it to be clear on the public record that me, as at least myself, I don't know if other commissioners feel the same way, were not complicit in that outreach and was unaware that it was happening. So I just want to distance myself from that, from a legal standpoint. That's all.
okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Callahan.
Commissioner Zatella.
So to be clear, Mr. Fink has already said that contacting members of the public in writing to obtain information relevant to your job is not a violation of the Constitution. It's expressly allowed by it. He had that in the email he sent out. There is nothing inappropriate about what I did. It's entirely consistent with the same outreach we've done all along, including multiple commissioners have used private means, including LinkedIn, Reddit, you name it. Ask me anything on LinkedIn to get information from the public. I did not ask them to support a particular map. I provided them with information, letting them know, members of the local community that are going to be affected by the changes that we're making, that map changes are being made, because in my experience, no one in my community knows that this is even happening. And so I think it's important that people do know it's happening, because districts are being changed without their knowledge. And I asked members of the community, including the local township supervisors and the mayors for the different areas of my community, that including also the Senate representative and the House representative for my area, that these changes are being made, and that if they wanted to provide feedback, that they could go to our website and provide feedback there. And they could also come to our public hearings and provide feedback there. I never at any time did I ask people to contact me directly or provide feedback to me only, because to me, that's not relevant. I want people to comment broadly. And, you know, there are multiple versions out there, and I don't particularly have any claim to one or the other. If people come from our community and say, no, we really want to be with Huron, that's great. That's what they've said. That's what I want to hear. And that's what I'm supposed to be soliciting as part of my job as a commissioner. And so to kind of bring this up and be, you know, throwing shade at me about something which is legal and permitted and encouraged under the Constitution, and something we have done consistently for the last 4 years, you know, it's just inappropriate. And it's just another slam at me for raising serious concerns about a map.
Commissioner Latt.
Yes, Chairman Eid, you're correct. This is a subject that should be on the agenda. I would ask that it be put on a future agenda. Certainly there are people on this commission who have opinions that don't necessarily line up with Commissioner Zatella. This is not the day or time to have this, what will probably be a rather lengthy discussion. So therefore, I request that it be put on a future agenda and we move on with today's agenda. Thank you.
Very much like to move on.
Second it.
So I would also ask that we just have an agenda item on that topic broadly, because there have been many, many similar incidents where individual commissioners have reached out via various venues. And if we're going to discuss one, we should discuss them all.
All right, this conversation's done. We're going to move on to do our job and get these maps, you know, approved. So we were working with this map. We have to send it out for VRA. We saw the partisan fairness. Is there anything else anybody wants to do with it?
Not on my end.
Okay. Can we get that sent out, Kent?
Yes, I'd like to mention that I've named it 05/21/24 SD COL V1, today's date V1. And I attached Phoenix as the name, if that's the, if y'all going to give it a name, is that the name the commission desires?
Let's go with that.
Done. So it'll go out by 12:30.
Thank you.
Shortly after we go on break.
Right. And wonderful. Mr. Woods.
Yes, we do have, Dr. Hanley has to leave, but there was a map done yesterday, and we do have our VRA people here as well with regards to the map done yesterday, and then providing feedback for the 3 individual maps that were adjusted. So if they could provide that analysis, maybe Mr. Stegall can send that map now so that we can get some feedback after the lunch break, because it does take a while to send the maps over to them for analysis. And I just want to remind you that Dr. Hanley does have to leave at noon today.
Director Woods, now, when you say plans yesterday, I have 2, one from Commissioner Wagner and one from Commissioner Zatella. Is it one of those 2 plans that you're referring to?
Yeah, well, they should have Wagner, Zatella, and Lang are the 3 that they're good, should be ready to talk about now. But I think Ryan took care of that.
I think Lang plan, we have that back.
Right, and it was supposed to be sent to Kim, if you can help me out. Those 3 maps plus the one that was the collaborative map done by the commission yesterday. They should be ready to provide an analysis for that. And what I'm asking you to do, Mr. Stegall, if it's possible, is the Phoenix map that was just finished, while they're presenting, if you can get that to Ryan so he can send it over, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Hanley, if you want to go first, because I know you have to leave, and then we'll have the VRA.
Okay, I don't have the names of the plans, but I did look at some plans that were drawn yesterday. So I'm going to share my screen. And if somebody actually knows the names of these, if that's what you're recognizing them by, that would be helpful. Okay. So these are the 3 new plans. So they're on line is 395, 396. The other one is apparently not online. And of course, they don't have the one from today either.
Nope, you won't have that one. The top 4 you have are correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And so we can see that these are very similar to earlier ones. We're getting scores very similar. There's nothing concerning here. None of them stand out. So I don't see, you can see that one of these plans is closer to perfect fairness than the other plans. But again, there are no numbers here that concern me.
I am not seeing, Dr. Hanley, is that the latest one from Commissioner Wagner? I'm not sure. Did you got that? That was done last night. I'm not seeing an EW.
I'm not sure if I have that. These are the 4 that I have. RL would be Lang, I think, right?
Okay, I'll ask
I have
Mr.
391 is an EW. Is that what you're talking about?
There was an
No,
adjustment
that
made.
I showed you before. That's back at May 11th. So last time I spoke to you was between the 15th and the 17th. So I have a 517 and 3 520s. But I'm not sure about the naming commissions. I need Kim or Kent or somebody to assist me here.
Ms. Shar?
I just wanted to check with Executive Director Woods. I was under the impression that Commissioner Wagner finished her map this morning, so it would need to be sent over today. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
It was this, okay, I was told last night, never mind.
No, I was going to say, I have it. I have the VRA analysis. Now it came in my email after the meeting started. I was looking in my email. And so we have it, the VRA part of it.
Well, can you show Dr. Hanley before she has to go to the partisan fairness
Okay,
course?
sure.
Thank
I'll share this real quick. I need to get over here to it. Just a moment. All right. I'm still looking at Hanley's report. If she could unshare the screen so I could share it. Okay. So let me just get over here real quick. This is the map. I guess we probably really want to see the, but this shows.
All right, we want to see the partisan fairness because she has to leave in 10 minutes.
Okay, so the partisan fairness, yeah. Okay, so the partisan fairness for this plan is called 52124 EW3. And the lopsided margin on this plan is 5.2%. The mean median is 3.4. The efficiency gap is 1.9. And the seats votes ratio is 2.4 in favor of the Democrats, seats 2117. Is any questions on those? Any need to see any more?
Dr. Hanley, do you have anything?
No, I just looked at those. I mean, those are not concerning.
All right. Are there any other questions through the chair for Dr. Hanley before the VRA analysis?
Dr. Hanley, if I may, is there any like we can just run these using, our software to see if, the numbers match up approximately to what we've had so far. Besides doing that, is there anything else you would recommend?
No, I mean, I'm just keeping the spreadsheet. You could keep the spreadsheet yourself, just adding on the scores. I mean, it's what you're looking to do is to make sure that nothing is very high on any of these scores. And so far, nothing has been very high on any of these scores. You just want to, I mean, the Constitution is pretty clear. You're going to look at these partisan fairness scores. These are all acceptable partisan fairness scores, and make sure that you don't choose as your final plan one that's an anomaly compared to the other ones, right? I mean, we don't really have very much in terms of legal guidance here. We know what plans probably are a gerrymander, and these scores are nowhere near that.
Thank you, Dr. Hanley. We very much appreciate it. And thank you for once again, the education that you always provide, not only this commission, but the general public as well.
Thank you and good luck. I'm going to depart
Thanks.
now. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, Mr. Braden, Mr. Thompson, do you have something to add about VRA?
And Dr. Palmer's with him
Oh,
as well.
Dr. Palmer's here as well. Welcome, the three of you.
Hello. Well, I know we're standing between the commission and lunch, so we'll try to be prompt in our presentation or expeditious in our presentation.
Excuse me, Doc. Mr. Brady, we have till 12:30, so
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I could certainly talk for more than half hour. As a lawyer, that's my responsibility to fill up space, but I think we can do this very promptly. I don't feel the need to go back over and explain again to the commission what we have, but we do have a PowerPoint that we can go through real quickly here. Again, we have just the first, we're looking at the general elections and the potential Senate districts, the primary elections, potential Senate districts. And then at the end, we have the analysis of the plans that we received on yesterday, the 20th. And I don't think we may actually have also, although I don't know that it's part of the PowerPoint yet, the analysis on the districts, the district plan that was sent today. So again, we can just flip through. This is the general.
Sorry, that plan from this morning is included on there as well.
Oh, okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, it's included in the figures. It's just we don't have the breakdown of the data for the fourth plan, but the other three at the end will have it's sort of from the spreadsheet, but those are reflected in the figure. So we have those four.
Yep. So why don't we move back and look at the plans that we do have the figures for, and I walk through them real quickly. I have three. So if you'll bring them up, move next one more page. We'll skip over this unless anybody wants to talk about it. And then look at the analysis. Okay, this is, I do not know what this is called. This is one of the plans that we received from yesterday. And as you can see, this one only provides for 3 districts where the primary turnout is majority, Democratic primary turnout is majority Black. We have the Democratic primary pool here is also a majority Black in 3 districts. If we can go to the next page, this plan, as you can see, has 4 districts in which the Black primary electorate turnout was a majority, and also 4 districts, same 4 districts, where the Democrat primary pool of voters is majority Black. And then we can do one more. And again, this particular plan has 4 districts with a majority Black turnout in the Democratic primary, and the pool of voters for the Democratic primary is majority Black. So I am confident of the last 2 plans not having any serious vulnerability, at least in my opinion, not a serious vulnerability under the Voting Rights Act. I think they clearly would provide more than a proportional number of districts to the Black community where they would control the Democratic primary. And since these districts in the general election, as the court observed to us, like Democrats, it's difficult there would be scenarios where that would not necessarily happen in every case. You could have multi-candidate races, different events occur, but the answer is these districts generally, in almost the vast majority of the circumstances, would elect a candidate of choice of the Black community. The last two, the one that only has 3 districts, I do think is potentially vulnerable to a voting rights attack, because it's not as clear that the Black community would elect its candidate of choice, and it would win the Democratic primary. Might in other districts, but our records and our analysis show that there are only 3 in, I don't know what it's called. I have it as 0520224 SD RASV1.
Excuse me, Mark, if you could go back to that slide for a minute. I think the slide is missing District 7, which is entirely in Oakland County and also performs for Black primary voters.
We didn't, we missed one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that District 7 is missing.
Oh, okay. I did not know district, didn't see that it was missing there. Should be in there. Okay, and then if there's 4, then we would view that as compliance with the Voting Rights Act. It would be reach more than proportionality. So it's missing 7. I don't know why, but okay.
Commissioner Callahan?
So what's that cutoff ratio to get to the yes? I mean, what's the percentage?
50% Democratic Black turnout in the Democratic primary. In other words, more Blacks turn out than white to have actually voted in the Democratic primary. It's not that's obviously an estimate, but what we're talking about here is on the day the primary occurred, the number of people who showed up and voted in the Democratic primary was, if it's yes, it was majority Black. Majority of that was Black. The Democratic pool number is just a projection of the number of Black Democrats versus white Democrats in the particular district.
So can you go to the slide you were showing just before this one? And it showed 3, but it was missing. Yeah. So one of those is marked yes, and it has Black 40%. So you're saying that's not the number that we need to be looking at.
That's correct. That's a different, the one's a primary turnout versus an estimate of potential of current total voters in the district.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
so
to
you have a district where, in fact, you probably have plenty of districts where the Black community is the majority of the Democrat electorate, but not necessarily a majority of the overall electorate in the district.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I add one thing on this? If you go back a few slides, there's a new chart I made. One more back, please, right there. This goes to Commissioner Ead's question from last week about sort of potential correlations across some different measures. And here I'm only including the plans that had 4 districts on the Democratic primary turnout measure, just because we couldn't fit them all and have it be readable on a single slide. We're just trying to put them all side by side so we can see that across this big set of plans, and as we narrow down, it will get easier, that the numbers are pretty similar overall, but there is some variation on the composite score and on the Biden 2020 metrics, even among plans that are all performing in the primary at the same level.
Very interesting. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I all of the measurements, racial measurements and partisan fairness and all types are, based upon science and analysis, but don't, be careful about betting your farm or your home or your car, because the voters do in fact do different things in elections. So these are indicias of what we believe will happen and the most likely outcomes. They certainly don't guarantee any particular district will perform in any particular way, because you have elections, and each election in each set of candidates is a little bit different. So I don't have a crystal ball. This gives you some guidance. It's like no guarantee. Every now and then in the Kentucky Derby, the 40-1 person wins. So some of these districts that look like they will perform in a particular election circumstances might not, and vice versa. There's probably many districts where the candidate of choice of the Black community will win without it necessarily appearing that way in any of these analyses.
Okay, wonderful. Is there anything else to add about the individual submissions that came in? Commissioner Zatala?
I'm assuming they're going to send out a PowerPoint of this to all of us.
Absolutely, this should be we're happy to have this available. Let us put on District 7 on the one that we didn't have it on it, but yes,
Thank you.
yeah, should be provided.
And I think we're going to also need to add through the chair, the updated one for Commissioner Wagner. And that came this morning. And then the one, the Phoenix that just was completed.
I believe the one that came this morning is already in those slides, though we just didn't have a table at the very end.
Correct. We have
which can be added.
it's in the chart. It's just not in the, we didn't have the breakdown.
Hey, can you put that back up, Taylor, please? Just so we're on the same page.
Sure. One moment.
Mass break in here. The plan they worked on this morning.
We're talking about Commissioner Wagner's.
Oh, EW3. Okay.
So again, of the ones that we had as of this morning, all four of those are reflected here in Dr. Palmer's figure, but we just didn't have a table breakdown at the end like we did for the other three.
I'm not seeing the one for Commissioner Wagner, the new one. Oh, that's it right there. I see it. Never mind. Does everyone else see it from the bottom? Just go up 3.
Third from the bottom.
Cursors? Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Commissioner Eid, I know we have a 12:30 deadline. Do you or the commission desire to do any collaborative maps, or so from a planning standpoint, so I know what I need to do?
I did want to take a look at the 2 that have 3 VRA districts if there's time. I do see a core retention discussion on here. Is that now, or can that?
That can happen later.
Okay. We got about 20 minutes left. I think, I can try to edit these quickly. So Mr. Stegall, could you open up?
Okay. I'm open up which plan here. Let me hit share. Okay,
So
what plan do you want to start with?
It's 379. I believe it's called Finch. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That one.
Make a copy of that.
Sure. And it can just be Finch V2.
So, let's see. So where we want to,
Let's look at 3, 7, and 6, but I'm going to need the neighborhoods on.
okay,
So I'd like to make some community-based changes around 7 and 8. I think, something that we missed here was some of the communities that belong, or that have said, at least in some of the other maps, that they prefer to be together. So if you could add that part of Oak Park.
okay, up here,
It's currently in 7, to the left.
yeah. Ferndale Oak Park,
Yeah, so basically Ferndale, Oak Park, and Royal Oak Township, those 3 municipalities.
should go into 3.
Yes.
All of this, Hazel Park included?
Yes, Hazel Park included.
Okay, all into 3. What about this little piece here? I don't,
No, that can stay out.
that's Pleasant Ridge. Okay,
Right, right.
okay.
What actually, could you check the population of just Oak Park and Royal Oak Township?
Okay,
That's about 30,000.
29. And then you have a little piece in here.
Right. Can you check the population on
clear.
just the 2 that are not highlighted right now?
So Ferndale is 19,190. And then the Hazel Park area is 14,983.
Okay.
And
Ferndale,
then this little piece is 17,000. Oh, clear. This little piece here is 2,300.
okay. So for Oak Park and Royal Oak Township, you're talking about 32-ish thousand people. And I do think Oak Park and Royal Oak Township would be better served either in 3 or 6 years. I'm just trying to mess around with it, see if we can make the population work now. But can we, Ferndale and Hazel Park, can you put that back in 7?
Okay. And yeah, in this little piece, or
No, just Ferndale, just the right side.
just, I thought you said Oak Park too. Okay, 7.
7 and Hazel Park to the right.
Okay.
Okay, now in order to get that population on 7 back up, we're gonna move south. So we're gonna move south on 7 and kind of east and south on 6 in order to make up for that. So can you add, how many do we need for 7 now? About 30,000.
Are we going to go south at Ferndale or over here at Greenfield Schaefer? Because 7 comes across right here.
Right. That is a good question. That is a good question. Actually, okay. I messed up. I'm sorry. what I wanted was Ferndale and Hazel Park into 8, and then I wanted to take the Oak Park area down south into 7.
Okay, so Hazel Park to 8.
Right.
Okay. Ferndale,
8.
okay. And then this Oak Park area is going to be where?
That's going to be 7.
Okay. And then you get these
Right.
neighborhoods
Right.
in. Okay. Next up.
So can we do that? Can we put Oak Park going south into 7?
So you want to put this part of Shaver?
So let's start with Oak Park. The areas
Okay.
of, yeah, right there, those 2 areas. So
That's in 7. I mean, in 3. You want to put that in 7?
that into 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard.
No, it's okay. Same
All
thing with Royal Oak and Royal Oak, same thing with Royal Oak Township.
So that little piece right there.
Yep. Then we're gonna go south.
Okay.
So let's add south into Bagley, Schultz. So this whole square of neighborhoods into 7.
Oh, nope. Let me get out of here. We're going to do precincts. So you're going to do College Park, or we're going to come this way.
Yep. College Park, Winship, Bagley, Schultz.
All right. I did Greenwich, Pembroke, and Blackstone. Is that not correct?
That's fine. Keep going.
Okay.
The whole kind of square block that we have here. Ms. Shar?
While Kent is doing that, I just want to acknowledge for the record that Commissioner Curry has joined. Commissioner Curry, can you tell us where you're joining remotely from?
Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner Curry.
Thank you.
That can be in 7 as well. That and the 2 neighborhoods north.
To Bagley and Oak Grove and Garden Homes.
Yep, exactly.
And I just put them in 3, which is not what I wanted to do. Okay.
Okay, why is 3 and 8 wrong now? Okay. Ferndale and Oak Park, you signed them to 8. They're supposed to be in 3. Those 2 right there.
Right. Ferndale and Oak Park into 3.
Ferndale and Hazel Park to the right.
Okay. I could have sworn you said 7. Okay.
No, I think I might have told you the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
And it doesn't matter. Okay. That into 3.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so now where are we between?
Okay, 3 is at 10,000 under, and 7 is at 12,000 over. So somewhere was it these neighborhoods?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want you to do that.
Chairman E.,
Commissioner Curry?
you know, I would have kept the University District and Bagley together, and Sherwood Forest and Oak Grove, all those together. They're they have a lot of things in common.
Let's put those in 7 then.
Huh?
They'd be okay together in 7?
What district do you have them in now? I can't see it on my computer.
They're in 7.
Which, so I think what Commissioner Curry is saying is to have the University District and Sherwood Forest be with Bagley.
Or Bagley into 3. Would you want to put those into 3?
I'd rather put them into 7
Okay.
and then go and adjust the other end of 3 and 7.
Okay, so put all of this region into 7. Is that what I'm hearing?
Commissioner Curry, do you think that extends into like Palmer Park, or do you think it stops at around Sherwood Forest?
Repeat what you were trying to say. I missed
You-
something. My phone was ringing. I'm trying to turn it
That's
off.
okay. I was asking, you were speaking about University District and Sherwood Forest. Do you
Yeah,
think that-
and Palmer Woods, to the Detroit Golf, Palmer Park, all those people, Green Acres, State Fair, they should all be together. They're very contiguous
right?
areas.
Okay. Let's put that into. All right, but then, so if it goes that far out, then I would say Bagley and Garden Homes, Oak Grove should be on the other end in 3, and we can go further down on 7. That way you keep that COI with Ferndale that we've spoken about before.
So put the highlighted area into 7
Into
and
3.
into 3, yes.
Well, Bagley really can go with Sherwood Forest. You know, I stayed right across the street from Bagley High School.
Yeah.
And they're so contiguous together that to separate them would be kind of terrible.
I agree. We're putting it together now.
So now we have Bagley, Oak Grove with Sherwood Forest in the University District.
Okay, and 7 needs some folks, so let's go south.
Well, 7 is actually at 1.28%. Your deviation's under 5 now.
Yeah, but I'd like to normalize a little bit more between
Okay.
7. So
Okay.
let's add some of the neighborhoods. Let's do Harmony Village, Hubble, Cary, St. Mary's, just those top 3.
Okay. Oh, I'm on blocks and I'm taking entirely too long to do that.
Okay, that's far too many. Let's just try 1.
Okay. And that would be,
Let's try Cary, St. Mary's.
okay, that is 8,000.
Okay, that's too much. Let's try Harmony Village.
That is 3,300.
Let's go with that.
And you want to put that into 7, correct?
Right.
What's that little corner there that's near this, what is that, James Cousins?
Yep.
What is that?
It's the highway. It kind of splits up.
I know it, I know what it is, where it's at. I'm talking about, is that a neighborhood right up under the highway?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Harmony Village or if it's Fitzgerald.
It's
It
in the,
is,
it's in the
one of
precinct. It's in Martin Luther King Academy's right here.
no, I'm talking about down, right here. I'm talking about,
That.
yeah, right up in there. What is that? I can't see your letters.
This is Myers Road. Pinehurst is right. Pinehurst Street is right there.
Okay, well, you could, can't you keep that with the number 7? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Let's add those blocks there that are left of the highway. Let's add them to 7. And then let's zoom out.
That's actually where it belongs. That's part of the Harmony Village neighborhood.
Okay, yeah, that highway splitting it up confused.
Yeah, it just, yeah. So
Okay.
number wise, your deviation actually went up a little bit, but 7 and 3 are good.
Okay. And we're under the 5% deviation overall.
Yeah.
Okay, can we zoom out? Okay, this is good for now. I wanted to reunite those communities in District 3. Let's send it. Let's see if it has a difference or anything going forward, and decide later if we want to move it on. We got about 5 minutes left. Can you go ahead?
Does this plan get a name outside of the date name?
We did. We said Finch V2.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, let me stop share. Are we gonna do another one?
Real quick, we're gonna see if we can do pretty much the same thing to it. 378, I believe it is Blue Jay.
378. Yep, right there. Okay.
Okay, you're not sharing your screen anymore.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so do you want to make this today's date and make it Blue Jay V2?
If we can, yeah, Blue Jay V2. I've
Cool.
already made the copy and everything.
Okay, and we're gonna do that a similar thing. We're gonna go a little bit north on 8 and go south on 7.
Okay. So Hazel Park is gonna.
It's gonna go into 8.
Okay.
I don't know if I would do that.
Okay.
And then it looks like there's a part of Ferndale that's cut off here. It may be part of Royal Oak though.
Well, we can highlight that. Yeah, it goes up in there, I think.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Ferndale is some kind of medium-sized township. You gonna put it with Hazel Park?
Yeah, I think that, Ferndale and Hazel Park
No,
could go together.
no, they're not contiguous.
They share a boundary right here. That's Ferndale. And then that's Hazel Park.
Well, what I want is Royal Oak Township here on the left side to be with 7.
But that's Oak Park there.
Yeah, right below that, Royal Oak Township.
With that in 7.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and then let's try those same neighborhoods we were just looking at. Let's add it to 7 in order to make up that population deviation.
Okay.
And then I'm finished.
Well, yeah, and it cuts a little bit into one. I don't know if that is something you want to deal with.
Yeah, so for one, we can put back together that neighborhood,
Put all that into one.
all that into one, because one needs some folks. Okay, and now let's go to 7, and we're gonna go south and just grab a couple of these neighborhoods and
Yeah, we're gonna go here to Greenfield.
Greenfield over right to Schaefer.
That's part of Greenwich, but we can pull that out. That's 13,000.
You can do Greenwich and Blackstone.
All right. And that we have to start splitting that up, but we'll put that in 7.
Yeah, that's a 7. And then just between 8 and 7. Let's go to the other side of 8.
I was gonna unsplit this neighborhood
Okay,
quickly,
please.
just to,
Mr. Chair, are you splitting Pembroke?
No,
area? Okay.
not he's unsplitting it.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't like any neighborhoods being split. Okay, now let's go to the top part of this. And the area underneath the highway, right there, let's add that into 8 to make up that population.
okay, that is Pleasant Ridge.
Wonderful.
Okay,
Pleasant Ridge. Where's Pleasant
and you're gonna put that into 8, is that the deal?
Right, 8 needs some more.
Yep. And 8 still needs some. And 7 can still, well, 10 can give more than 8, but
Mr. Woods?
Yes, I can wait till after the he's finished.
Okay. Where are we? We're a little under on 8.
8's at 4.38, so you need to shed roughly 6,000.
Okay, and
Well,
where?
8 needs 6,000. 10 is 2,000 over.
10 is 2,000 over.
Possibly takes something, what is that area next to Oak Park that you have? Yeah, up, backwards, go back up to Hazel Park. Can you put some of Hazel Park in probably 10 and then add something to Oak Park, that area that's lacking?
Yeah, we could try that. You want to add a few precincts of Hazel Park to 10?
At this point, 8 needs population.
Yeah, you can move some of Hazel Park to.
So 8 needs,
Yeah.
and you said 10 could spare some, correct? What about 3?
10 can take some. 3 is, can give up some. It's at 900 under, so you could give up, almost 2,000.
Okay, what's just the easiest way to get this into compliance?
I'd put Hazel Park with 10. Some of Hazel Park, some of it, however, whatever population amount you need.
Commissioner
Well-
Zatula?
Just a reminder that we are at time, and I know our ASL interpreters like to take their breaks, so maybe we can pick this up after lunch.
Yeah,
Does this have to be done by 12:30 or, turned in?
well, we would need to send it off for VRA like now.
You could take part of, something like over here, not that much. And put Blackstone
Good right
and
now.
Greenwich into 8.
Well, if we're gonna go between 7 and 8, I'd rather go from the northern end of the district, so to include some of these areas that are with Ferndale. So we can go in, so let's go just a little bit north into Royal Oak.
Yeah.
And let's just try to normalize between the two.
Well, I'm gonna go to precincts and just see what we got there. So that's 2,600.
Right, if we go west, we go
Well, that gets,
west.
that right there is 5,200.
That could do it.
And that's close,
Mhm.
relatively close. I don't know if you want to just go down Lincoln Avenue.
What's the population of
It's-
that Lincoln Avenue?
They're really there right now. They're at 2.33 and 2.4.
This is the interpreter speaking. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that the interpreters are okay to say it as far as it goes for sign language. Thank you.
Thank you, interpreters. Appreciate y'all.
Do you want to continue like down Lincoln Avenue? I don't know if it can.
I mean, it
give
looks
up.
like we're good. So if we're good, then we're good. We can go on break.
Yeah,
If you want to, what do you think, Commissioner Curry? You want
I
to?
think that looks good. Yeah, I like that.
All right, let's assign that to 8.
And it may tilt the numbers too much, but
Mm.
yeah,
So it's
7
on
now.
that.
But you could put like this
Oh,
part.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
take some of that out. Yeah.
I don't know if that really does it, but it gets there. And we can come down over here if it, this part of it. I don't know if this is something y'all want to do or not, but
It's the zoo that can go in 7.
7.
it just, it's all the zoo. It's really only 380 people, but it gets to, so your numbers are right, or reasonable.
Okay, that's cool. Let's send this off, see what it does, come back. We'll debate after lunch. Thank you, folks, for giving me that extra 5 minutes. I appreciate it. Mr. Woods.
Yes, just want to note for the record that plan number 376 050924 SD collaborative version 4 sent an email last night, and there are actually 4 opportunity districts instead of 3. There are 4 opportunity districts instead of 3, and did not know if so it would need to be renamed in terms of giving it a bird name. With regards to this particular map, the email came out last night that I forwarded from Election Data Services through. So just want to make sure people are aware of that. If you don't have, I can just share it on my screen real quick so everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this was the other derivative of Hummingbird that we thought that one of them was not a VRA district, but turns out, like Hummingbird, it does have 4. I don't know if anybody wants to give this a name. Let's think about that and, decide after lunch. I don't think the difference is, Commissioner Cullum, it was either you or Commissioner Zatella said that y'all preferred the one that we did name to this one.
We both, and Commissioner Muldoon, we talked about last week how the one that we have given a bird name known as Hummingbird, that was the preferred map. This was along with other maps that had those nuanced differences, and so we chose one map over the other. That speaks to the discussion we had yesterday. We talked about submitting all maps. Some maps were already talked about as not being, they weren't going to progress because the differences were so small, or there were nuances that made a big difference in terms of communities of interest. So that became the preferred map. So that was the complete discussion.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Woods. All right, folks, we have a scheduled break. We're a little over. Thank you once again to our interpreters, both language translation services and sign language interpreters, and everybody else who makes these meetings go forward. I appreciate y'all. We will go on break and we'll come back in an hour. We'll be starting back up in 2 minutes, folks. All right, welcome back, everybody. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting to order at 1:40 p.m. I hope all of you enjoyed a good lunch. Department of State, if we could please get a roll call.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, welcome back. Happy afternoon. When I call your name, please say that you're present. If your physical location has changed from this morning's meeting, please share that. Otherwise, this is a continued meeting from this morning. Sorry about that. Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present.
Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending from Osceola County, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Vallette. Commissioner Vallette, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm
No
present.
problem. Thank you. Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. You do have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Items for consideration 6C, or retention. If there's no objection, commissioners, I will ask Mr. Kim Brace to facilitate this item. Is there any objections? Hearing none, we will move forward. Mr. Brace, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Everyone, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Good. All right. You have asked before for us to take a look at core retention as an issue. We've done this several different ways. And we've got several different things to show you. So let me share my screen. This one. Okay. Can you see on your screen? This is actually the My Districting screen for Michigan. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. I bring you to this one, which is of course off of your page for the commission, because sorry, I've got deer here, so I thought I silenced the ring. So what we have is we have a column in this list of plans that's a compared to Linden map. And that allows you to, for any particular plan, do the download and see what the map looks like compared to the Linden plan. So here's just a sample from 5/15/24 V1. And the Linden plan is in red outline. So you can see for the particular plan how it compares with the Linden plan. What we find is that visually seeing how things compare is useful when one starts looking at data that looks at how one compares. So I bring this to everyone's attention to potentially, as you look at these reports, is look at a plan map-wise, graphically. With that as an introduction, what we have done is we've done, let me grab the other thing that I have. Okay. If you remember, these are what some of the plan comparisons looked like before. Where we were comparing, this is Plan 392 versus the Linden report. And this is a tabular listing of how individual districts compare. So in this one, we're looking at District 2 and what numbers of people are comparable in the new plan. This is Plan 392. So in this instance, it shows that indeed Linden District 2, 71% is the same as what it was before. The differences in some movement into District 8 and some movement into District 1 out of what used to be District 2. So tabular wise, there are these reports, and we've got every single one run tabular wise. That's a lot of paper, certainly, or it's a lot of PDFs to take a look, because we're looking at the entire state. And as a result, for example, when there's no change, then you have 100% is the same. And indeed, that uses up a bunch of paper because of all the upper parts of the state that have not changed. So keep that in mind if you attempt to take these reports and print them out. You don't really want the tail ends of them on that side. But we have looked at another way of analyzing this in a potentially simpler way, and that is looking at a summary of the data. And this is a table that is all in one table, and I will send this to everyone so that you have it. The way to use this table is that it is on the tabs, it's for the individual district. So for District 1 in Linden, how does that compare with the larger pieces in the various plans? And so you have the various plans listed on the left-hand side with both plan names and plan numbers. If they've been assigned a bird, then we have that information there. And then it shows you what percent is retained in the particular plan for District 1, for example. So this is one of those that the courts looked at needing to be changed. You can see that it's the change has gone anywhere from 25% up to 63% remains the same. So there is some plans that show a lot of change in this district and other plans that don't show as much change. If you look at District 3, for example, in how you've drawn some of these and most recently, 349, 351, 350, 52, you only see 6% has been retained because you made major changes in District 3 on that side. And if you go to, for example, let me see where. Six. Well, you'll end up seeing in some of these. Well, here's one in District 9. There are some plans where it is 100% the same. Obviously, you did not make a change in Flamingo in District 9. It's just exactly what was there from before in the Linden plan. So this table can end up helping you see where changes have occurred and how much of the change. And so here's District 12. A lot more of the districts or of the plans show 12 without any change. That's the 100%. And we get up to District 23 and 24, which is where you were working before earlier today. And you see that there's almost no change because it's only a couple of plans that have affected 23 or 24. So this is probably the easier table for you to utilize to see where change has occurred, how much is the same, how much core retention you have in any particular district. And all of this data is mirrored on the other reports, but as I said before, that's a lot of paper. So here's a way of kind of quickly seeing and summarizing that information on core retention issues. Again, looking at a map is useful to see some of that impact. If you're trying to understand what's going on in terms of the data. I see Commissioner Satella has a question.
Yeah, I'm assuming you'll update this for the plans that just came in yesterday and today.
Yes.
Thank you.
It takes a little bit of time to run these, and Ryan had to get his wife to the doctor's appointment this morning, so he's on his way back to Nashville. And we'll end up, we have gotten the plan from this morning also, and we'll have that and run and in the system also, but I will send you this spreadsheet so at least you have it right now, and then we'll update it later on this afternoon. Other questions?
I do not see any, Mr. Brace. So you're gonna get this out to us,
Yes.
updated version, and we will go from there.
And again, yeah, and again, take a look at the graphically, the compare to Linden map on your page that's already there. And we have been updating those maps. You'll see that the three most recent or four most recent ones are not quite there, but they'll be there later on this afternoon, this evening. And this whole table gets updated all the time.
Wonderful. We appreciate that. That, you know, that point of data will be a help. So good job. We appreciate your work.
Good. Happy to do it. Come up with different ideas.
Okay, that completes that item on the agenda. Next up is item 6D, advancing draft proposed maps. Oh, where is my list? All right, commissioners. So now we're at the point of our meeting where we have to decide which maps to send to the court. Mr. Woods, I assume we do not have the data just yet for the ones that we worked on earlier today?
We do have it. I have it, yes. The VRA.
Wonderful. Let's take a look at that first.
Okay.
And then,
Excuse me, let me make sure we can get our attorney on. I see Dr. Palmer's here. So Dr. Palmer, has the analysis been run yet?
Yes, the analysis is done and has been sent over to, I think Kent has it, and the rest of the mapping team.
Okay, so I'll just reach out to Mr. Braden and I'll be right back.
Mr. Fink?
Sorry, having an issue with the video. While we have a moment here, I was just wanted to, and you probably were gonna go over this, Mr. Chairman, but as you're getting ready to go through the discussion of which maps you're gonna send forward, I want to remind the commission, pursuant to the deliberations process, and I'm looking at a document, I have the document on another screen here, but pursuant to the deliberations process that the commission adopted, commissioners should collectively review the collaborative maps produced by the commission and discuss each map as they're presented, review the constitutional rank criteria, noting differences between the districts as drawn, COIs, partisan fairness, pros and cons of the maps, and any further distinguishing factors. Ultimately then decide which of the maps to send forward for send to the public and to the court.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fink. I got that same document up, and that's what I was going to use to help facilitate this, as it's what the commission adopted.
But
we do also need to keep in mind how many maps we're going to send to the court. We have 5 individual maps this time around. Maps from Commissioners Curry, Orton, Lang, Wagner, and Zatella. Those are individual maps. And then As of right now, we have quite a few collaborative maps. Mr. Woods, are you able to hear from them?
Yes, Mr. Braden will join shortly.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So in the back of your heads, I'd like everyone to keep in mind, how many maps we want to advance. Last time around, we had 9 collaborative maps and 1 individual map. This time around, obviously, we have more individual maps. So that is something to consider.
Mr. Chair, I just got I got an email here saying that the shape file sent for Friday for Commissioner Lang's plan was the wrong shape file. And the new one is attached. I don't know what the background is to that. But it'll either go in as a new plan or replace what was there. And it's a plan 05/17/24 SDRL V1 underscore final. So I don't know when we could get that in. I don't know what the process is.
Who is your email from?
John Morgan.
Okay.
So it's going to VRA analysis now, or it's
Okay.
already there.
I just sent that back.
Oh, so we've already got it through.
Mr. Brace?
Yes, we were made aware of this later on today that there was an error in a plan that was duplicated apparently in what was submitted as we've been reviewing the various plans. So that information is now up on the website. I'm sorry, it's due to be up on the website, but we have some of the newer stuff that we'll make available. But we did catch this one earlier today, and so we sent out the emails to staff that this was a change that we're dealing with. Just don't look at the Lang plan from Friday. It was duplicated with the Orton plan from Wednesday.
Okay. Well, we're not going to do the individual commissioner maps until the end. So we're going to start the collaborative that gives you folks some time to get all the ducks in a row and make sure that the map that Commissioner Lang wants to submit is the one that she's submitting.
Right.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, just making sure that my map goes through because I asked to make sure that everything was on point and good to go. So I'm a little shocked right now to find out that there was an issue because I'm finding out right now.
We'll figure it out. Your map's going to come through. You had it in, on time. So we're good there. Mr. Braden, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Good. Dr. Palmer has produced a report. I took a look at the report. It looks like there are 4 performing districts in the most recent version. Max, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Yep. So it looked like the plan works under our analysis. Well, 4 districts in which I believe there's a majority in the turnout in the Democratic primary.
So there's 3 different maps we just updated.
Oh, I just saw the one. Okay, well, so I guess we need to bring up the chart.
So just briefly, I think the chart actually is there's so many maps here, it might be a little bit.
Oh yeah, maybe just
overwhelming.
Yeah.
Taylor, do you have the slides to show?
I don't see Taylor.
Okay. Was he on the message about getting on right now?
Yeah, I can, if I can share, I can show.
Yeah, why don't you share then? Yeah.
See if Zoom will let me.
Because I'd seen the one, but I'm not sure I saw the chart for the other two yet. Bingo.
Okay, so I have the graphics if you'd like to see them, but I think more useful just to look at these
Okay.
tables here. So first is today's date V1. That's the map you worked on initially this morning. We have 4 performing districts there under both primary measures, primary turnout and primary pool. The second one is called V3, from after the VRA presentation today. That also has 4 performing districts under both measures. And then map 4 has 3 performing.
There's 3. Okay.
And if it's useful to see the figures again, I can pull them up, but we're starting to get a lot of maps all plotted against each other here.
No, I think that's good. So we have the one we worked on earlier that we're calling Phoenix has 4. We have Finch V2 went from 3 to 4, but Blue Jay, the V2 stayed at 3. So,
yes, I don't have the new names for all the
I got
plans,
them.
but that's correct.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah, and you look at the last map, and I'm guessing that it would unlikely to be easily defendable. I don't think you can make, it would really does just have 3.
Okay. Well, if it has 3, it has 3. We'll decide whether we want to move it on or not. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And let's move on to the list. So according to our mapping policies, we're supposed to review each one in alphabetical order. Let's start. We just spoke about Blue Jay. Let's open it up. Let's open up the latest one, V2.
Okay, give me just a minute to get it up here. I have the replacement lane plan already loaded now.
Yeah, we're gonna do the individual maps
Yes.
after. We have to go through the collaborative ones, look at them, decide how many maps we're going to advance, and then vote on which maps to advance.
So I got Blue Jay V2. Is that the one we were spoke to?
Right.
Do you want to look at that VRA result, or did y'all already see it?
No, let's just open up the plan.
Okay.
We thought this was the one that he just said has 3. So version 1 has 3 and version 2 has 3. So there was no change there. But more broadly speaking, can you take off the neighborhood layer?
No, I'm headed there now. Hang on. Okay.
So this one has 3 VRA districts. It changed 14 total districts. The partisan fairness is in line with what we've seen with a lopsided margins test of 4.0, a mean median difference of 2.7, and an efficiency gap of 0.8. The compactness number for the Polsby-Popper score is the most is 22, the least is 1. Commissioner Orton?
So this is one of the ones that with only 3 VRA districts.
That's correct.
So in my opinion, since we have quite a few that have 4, we should really first consider those with 4 as to whether to send them forward or not. That's what I think.
Yeah, so I'm trying to go over all of them that are named, because that's what the policy document that we pass say. It says to do it in alphabetical order. So I have Blue Jay V1, V2, Cardinal, Crane, Dove, Eagle, Finch V1, Finch V2, Hawk, Hummingbird, Robin, Sparrow, Starling V1, V2, V3, Swift V1, V2, and Phoenix. Now, not all of those have 4. Are you suggesting that we start with the ones that have 4, and then after that go through the ones that have 3?
Well, if it were up to me, that's what I would do, because we were told by our VRA consultants that 4 is safer.
Yeah, no, I agree. Ms. Shar.
I believe Commissioner Lang's hand was up first.
Commissioner Lang.
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Orton, and I want to be completely transparent with the public. I am only here till 3 o'clock. So to look at ones that only have 3 when they may not hold up to the ones that have 4 seems like a waste of time right now for me. So if it's possible to look at the ones with 4, I really think we should do that.
Ms. Shar.
I just wanted to let you know that you missed Flamingo in your list.
Thank you. Can I have a motion from somebody if y'all want to do that?
I move that we look at the ones that have 4 VRA districts first.
A second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Lang, seconded by Commissioner Orton, to look at the ones that have 4 VRA districts first. All those in favor, is there any discussion? Commissioner Latt?
Oh, I just, were you voting?
No, discussion. Do you have any discussion?
Well, I'm voting yes.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, we'll go to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Is there any opposed?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Seeing none, the ayes have it. Okay, so the first one in alphabetical order that does have 4 is Cardinal.
Okay, let me close this out. $373.
Yes, 373. So this map, Cardinal 373 05 09 24 version 1, has 4 VRA districts. The partisan fairness numbers are as follows. Lopsided margins is 3.6%. Mean median difference is 2.6%. Efficiency gap is 0.8%. And the seats to votes ratio is 22 to 16. 5% for the Democrats. For the compactness scores, for the Polsby Popper and the Schwartz score, the most district is 22, the least is 20. Under the REOC score, the most is 31 and the least is 17, and it changes 12 total districts. If you recall, this is the one that we made that approximates the Motown Sound house configurations into about 3. We had 3 Motown Sound districts making approximately a Senate district, and that's what we did with this one. around Detroit, and took some of the collaborative districts from some of the other maps in the suburbs. Does anyone have anything else to say about this map? Commissioner Satella.
So while there are certainly things I don't love about this map, I don't want to belabor this process, so let's move this map forward. So I make a motion to move the cardinal map forward to the court.
We have a motion by Commissioner Satella.
Second.
And we have a second by Commissioner Weiss to move this map cardinal forward for publication to the court. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. And this one is moving forward. The next map with 4 VRA districts is Crane 385. This map, once again, has 4 VRA districts. The partisan fairness numbers are 5.1 for lopsided margin, 2.9% for mean median difference, 1.8% for efficiency gap, and a 21-17 seats to votes ratio, 2.4% for the Democrats. It changes 14 total districts. Would anyone like to say something about this map? Commissioner Satella.
I also move to present the Crane map to the court.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. I do see a hand by Mr. Fink.
To the extent that someone can speak to the, some of the aspects of the map that, whether good or bad, I mean, I think the rules contemplate that with the understanding that we have limited time this afternoon, but just for the benefit of the public and the record, obviously there'll be an opportunity after receiving public feedback to, deliberate on which map to adopt, but to the extent that the commission can discuss some of the configuration aspects rather than just the raw numbers, I think would be beneficial, with the understanding that it's got to be done in a time efficient manner.
Yeah, we do have a couple hours here, folks, so don't be shy. Let's move to discussion, and during discussion, we can hopefully have some of that discussion. Commissioner Orton.
I understood that during the next week and the following week, we have the virtual public hearings, I think they're called. That's when we will actually explain each map, go through each part of it, the collaborative and the individual maps. Is that sufficient for explaining them, or do we need to do it today as well? Because I think we'll be explaining them 4 times during those public hearings.
I think the more times we explain these configurations, the better, probably. And Mr. Fink has asked that we do it now. So we could just all say a few words about this one, and then we'll take a vote on the motion. Commissioner Satella.
So I can give a brief description of this. I don't recall working on this map. However, I believe Commissioner Orton did start it, and it was started based around the individual map drawn by Juanita Curry. So the districts 1, 3, and 6 were the districts, for the most part, drafted by Commissioner Curry in her map. And then 2 is mostly the same. 7 is mostly the same as the original Linden, along with 12. And then 11 and 10 were also changed because obviously those were districts we had to change, as well as 8. And there are some changes to District 5 as well. For example, Plymouth and Canton are put together. in this map. So those are some of the changes that were made here.
I noticed that District 7 is quite similar to the original Linden District 7 going from Pontiac to Southfield. It's okay because we didn't need to change 7. And I also note that 12 also is similar to the Linden configuration as well. Mr. Woods.
Thank you. Just want to reiterate the reason why we're doing this is to establish a record, and it's the same process we actually did with the House. It's just establishing a record, so it's clear. So thank you.
This one does change 13 a little bit. Instead of going south into Plymouth, it instead goes west to include Lyon. And I think in order to accomplish that change, we changed 23 and 24 a little bit as well. But not too much. And I see that district between 9 and 11, you still have that Sterling Heights split around Van Dyke. Any more discussion on this map, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor to publish this map to the court, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there any opposed?
Nay.
Commissioner Weiss, were you in favor or opposed? I saw your hand, but you were on mute.
I'm in favor.
Okay. The ayes have it. And this map pushes forward. Next is Dove. So right now we're looking at Dove, also known as 364 or 5724 version 2. This one has 4 VRA districts. The lopsided margins test is 6.2. The mean median difference is 2.5. The efficiency gap is 4.6. And the seats to votes ratio is 20 to 18. Negative 0.2 to the Dems. And I have a total of 12 districts being changed here. As far as the compactness for the Polsby proper score, the most is 22 and the least is 20. Does anyone have anything to say about this map, commissioners?
Looks like District 12 was split compared to Linden.
Yes.
A lot was changed.
This does have a different configuration for 11 and 12. Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I was just going to say this is one of the maps that splits 11 and 12 a little differently. It also keeps 7 mostly intact, except it puts Birmingham into 8. And then it divides up Detroit a little differently. Rather than having 3 districts that are almost entirely within Detroit, this has 1 and 3, which are within Detroit, but then 10 and 8, which kind of cross over a little bit into Detroit and have kind of a Detroit northern suburbs district as well. And then I do believe 13 was reconfigured a little bit as well as 5. I move to advance the, what is this, Dove map to the court.
Second.
Is there any more discussion on, is there any, we have a motion by Commissioner Zatella, seconded by Commissioner Weiss to move this one forward to the court. Any further discussion, commissioners? I'll note for this one, the partisan fairness seems a little I think it's still all right, but it seems a little further off compared to what some of the other ones are. But that's all I got. Any more discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of advancing this map to the court, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
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 You might need a roll call on this one, Department of State.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. We are voting on map number 364, also known as the Dove map. When I call your name, if you are in favor of the Dove map moving forward, please indicate that by yes. If you're not in favor of the Dove map moving forward, please indicate that with a no. I'll call commissioners alphabetically, beginning with Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan,
No.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
Commissioner Ede,
No.
Commissioner Kellum,
No.
Commissioner Lang,
No.
Commissioner Letts,
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon,
No.
Commissioner Orton,
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella.
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Villette,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
With a vote of 7 yes to 5 no, the yes prevail.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're
This map is
welcome.
advanced. The next one I have with 4 VRA districts is Finch V2. It's the one we did earlier today. So this has 4 VRA districts. Those changes we made centered around the community in 3 and 7. It looks like it made 7 become a VRA district. So that's nice. We did not run partisan fairness on this yet. Can you just run it super quick?
Yes. The lopsided margin comes back at 3.7% Republican.
Okay.
Mean median comes back at 2.6% Republican.
Mhm.
Efficiency gap is 0.8 Democrat.
Mhm.
And the seats to vote is 5.1. And it's 22-16 favoring Democrat seats.
Okay. And this map changes a total of 13 districts. For the compactness under the Polsby-Popper score, the most is 22 and the least is 1. You can see this is one of the ones where 1 goes into goes a little bit further downriver. If you go to the other side, Kent.
Mm-hmm. It goes wide out.
Yep, he goes into Wyandotte. And we talked about that, but there isn't we haven't had time yet to change it. But if you zoom out, I'll motion we advance this one forward.
Second.
We have a motion by myself, a second by Commissioner Callahan to advance Finch v2 to the court. I can say just a few things about it. It started off collaborative. I mean, actually, I think the whole thing was collaborative. You see District 12 has not changed from the original Linden map. But the 13 is similar to what we have in a few of them, with Farmington and Farmington Hills being in with Novi, Wad Lake and West Bloomfield. It has that change in District 6 to include all of the parts of, if you go to Northville, Kent, on the left, Northville's all included in District 6. And this is one of the ones that has Sterling Heights not being split, but instead being with Troy and Madison Heights. In Detroit, you have the District 1 that curves around Dearborn. You have a District 3 that takes up kind of that central area of Detroit, including Highland Park and Hamtramck, going up into the Ferndale area. And then District 8 that goes from the east side up into East Point, Warren, and Centerline. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to vote. Can we get a roll call vote on this, Ms. Young?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. We're voting on Finch v2.
That's correct.
A yes vote means that you're in favor of moving Finch v2 forward, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of moving Finch v2 forward. I'll begin alphabetically with Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ede.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum.
No.
Commissioner Lang.
No.
Commissioner Lex.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
No.
Commissioner Zatella.
No.
Commissioner Velez.
No.
Commissioner Wagner's not with us. Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 7 yes to 5 no, the yes prevailed.
All right. This map moves on. Thank you, Ms. Young.
Welcome.
Next is Flamingo, but that had 3. And after that, we have Hawk, but that also had 3. That brings us to Hummingbird. Okay, so we're looking at Hummingbird, also known as 371, 05, 08, 24, version 4. Changes 12 total districts. It has 4 VRA districts. The lopsided margin here is 3.8. The mean median is 0.3. The efficiency gap is 0.8. And the seats to votes ratio is 22 to 16, 5% towards the Democratic side. There's a lot of background noise.
Somebody has their microphone open.
That fixed it. Thank you. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say about this map? Well, I'll make a motion that we advance Hummingbird to the court.
Second.
We have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Lett to advance Hummingbird to the court. Is there any discussion? So I'll say this is one of the ones that has that District 1 that goes from the downriver areas up all the way to the east side of Detroit. It has 8 kind of stacked right on top of that, including Highland Park and Hamtramck. It is one of the configurations that has Livonia and Redford also coming in with Detroit in District 6. You have Dearborn and Dearborn Heights being put together with Inkster and Garden City. Thank you. A little bit of Westland is included in that as well. In District 3, you have Farmington Hills is split a little bit, but it includes half of Farmington Hills, Southfield, and parts of Royal Oak Township, Oak Park. Berkeley's in 3 here, where Royal Oak is in 9, but 9 that includes Pontiac, along with Birmingham, down through Royal Oak into Hazel Park. 7 goes eastward and kind of stacks on top of 9, with Pontiac and Rochester Hills going into Sterling Heights, whereas 10 is a vertical district, Sterling Heights going down, and 11 also runs south. 12 here doesn't look like it's changed much from the original 12, and it doesn't look like 13 has changed much from the original 13 either. Commissioner Lang?
Can I make a suggestion? If we're going to go through these, I mean, you're going through saying, yes, this city's with this city and et cetera, et cetera. Can we hear why? I think if we're going to make a record of this, then it should say why these particular ones are with. It might be better for the public to understand. I mean, I can look at the map and see what cities are with what cities. Either that or skip that part. Just a suggestion.
Sure, I'll try to do that. And anyone else can chime in too. We're in discussion. So if anyone has anything to add, please be my guest as well. But I hear you. I will try to do that. Commissioner Cullum.
Excuse my background noise. That's why I was keeping myself off mute. I'm at a separate appointment, but I'll say to Commissioner Lang's point, what makes this map a bit different is that it provides a different configuration to the Detroit area. It does not sweep from the Detroit River to the eastern, western, or northwest parts of the city. I think that's most notable, and it does minimal inclusion of the northwest east side of Detroit with the suburbs, though those communities have expressed some similarities.
Commissioner Muldoon.
And it also keeps South Lincoln Park and South Downriver and the rest Melvindale and River Rouge with Detroit.
Commissioner Zatella.
Sorry, was there a motion already on this? I thought there was.
There is, we're in discussion.
Okay. Yeah, my biggest concern with this map is just how similar 11 and 6 are to the map, the districts that were struck down.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I was gonna say that 11 is very close to the Linden map. And also that this is basically the one we changed that became Phoenix. So it's going to be very close to Phoenix, but with that 11 and 6 changed.
Commissioner Orton.
I was going to say the same thing about those two districts. I wonder if we could pull up that core retention or whatever it's called on for those two districts on this map and see how much of it actually has changed.
So make sure I'm looking at the right map. 508, that's Hummingbird. So District 11 remains, it's 91% of Linden 11. And 12 is 93 or 94% Linden 12. So approximately.
District 6. We need to see District 6.
District 6 is, well, let me get over here. Hummingbird. District 6 is 65% of the previous districts. Linden 6, actually 36% of the population. It's a fair number of people.
Thank you.
Is that all on the spreadsheet?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yes, this was come up yesterday, Commissioner Zatella mentioned about a district being very similar in size. So my question is, how much of a original contested district do we have to change to make it, I guess, acceptable? I guess I'm kind of wondering what that answer is. If somebody could weigh in on that, I'd like an answer, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that during the presentation yesterday, but Mr. Fink, if you'd like to answer.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say, which is Mr. Weiss or Commissioner Weiss, yesterday when we heard from Mr. Riley from Baker Hostetler, he spoke a little bit about this and ultimately said that there's no clear, you got to hit a certain percentage or anything like that. And he gave the example of, I believe it was HD1 from the Motown Sound map, which I think was about 13% or so changed relative to the HD1 in the Hickory plan. But that was ultimately defensible because there were significant substantive differences between the Hickory version of HD1 and the Motown Sound version of HD1. So because of that, what may sound like a relatively small percentage change in the 13% example, which again, I think is the number from HD1, ultimately passed muster with the court. That said, if you had 13% across the board with each of these districts without a real good reason for why you did that, that may not necessarily, pass. Now, right now, of course, you're just considering which maps to put forward to the public to hear feedback on. And so, if there's some support for a particular map or some interest in hearing what the public may think about it, I don't see any harm in, sending forward a map that may have, you may have some concerns about in terms of, like in this example, District 11, that shows, looks like maybe a little bit under 10% in terms of the percentage that was changed relative to Linden. But you can send that forward. You can send forward, other versions of this. I think Commissioner Andrade referenced the newer version that was modified to see what the public thinks, or, obviously you don't have to, but it ultimately falls to you.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
hopefully
Fink.
that's helpful. Yeah.
Commissioner Zatella?
So that was not entirely my understanding of the presentation tomorrow or of the presentation yesterday. I thought with respect to District 1, the reason why that low percentage was justifiable was because there were concrete communities of interest that we could point to, specifically the Latino community, to say that part of the design of this district is being driven by something other than race, and that is the Latino community of interest and other communities of interest. And therefore, that kind of gave credence to less of a reduction. My general takeaway was that the more we change, the better to some degree. So closer to 50%, then it no longer is a similar district. And my concern with 11 is it's less than 10% change. I don't know that there's any specific communities of interest in 11 that we could point to justify. And if it's been changed in the Phoenix and doesn't have those concerns, I don't see any benefit in advancing this map. If there's another map that does it better, I'd be less concerned with District 6 if it's at 65%, because I think there's more significant changes there. So just my thoughts.
Commissioner Orton.
Is it possible to see the Phoenix map overlay on this so that we can see how different they are and maybe decide if we want to take one instead of the other or both?
Yeah, we can get to that. Let me was one Phoenix? I can go back and
It was one from today.
yeah, one from today. So it would be that one.
Commissioner Eid, I don't know if you see my hand being raised.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Kellum.
I think while there are things about this that I think are better adjusted in the Phoenix map, I think the benefit to pushing this forward to the public is it gives them another option for the configuration. So if, you know, we hear feedback like we've heard that folks don't like 11, I agree that it is similar to Linden. I think it gives more conversation and opportunity for interaction, which is what we need. And without this map being pushed to the public, there's not that variation. So people can reimagine their neighborhoods and kind of get into the conversation that we had with the house map. So I think it provides an opportunity for a discussion for members of the public.
So we can see.
You want to look at that overlay now, Commissioner Orton?
I'm seeing it.
So 11 here in Phoenix, Mount Clemens is back into with 12, and then 11 instead takes up portions of Sterling Heights. And on the upper portion, that upper part is totally in 24. Okay, any more discussion on this map, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of advancing Hummingbird to the court?
Could we get a roll call on this one, please?
Sure. Can we get a roll call, Ms. Young?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. We are voting on the Hummingbird map. A yes vote means that you are in favor of moving it forward, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of moving it forward. I'll begin the roll call with Commissioner Curry.
No.
Commissioner Eid.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum.
Yes.
Commissioner Lang.
No.
Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
No.
Commissioner Orton.
No.
Commissioner Zatella.
No.
Commissioner Vallette. Commissioner Vallette.
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
No.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 5 yes to 7 no, the map does not move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
We will now go to Robin. Just 377.
Chair, I believe you're missing Phoenix if you're trying to go in alphabetical order.
Oh, thank you. I put that at the end of my list, but yes, let's go to Phoenix. It's a good time with just going over Hummingbird as well. Okay, so right now we're looking at Phoenix. It's what we did earlier. We saw it still has 4 VRA districts. So this changed Hummingbird and tried to combine it with Flamingo. You can see it still has a District 1 that goes from the downriver communities up through the east side of Detroit, but perhaps not so much through the east side. District 8 is once again stacked on top of it. 6 and 3 also look similar to what we were just looking at in Flamingo, with I believe a slight difference between 3 and 10 in the Royal Oak, Berkeley, Huntington Woods area. 9 is the same. It's, I don't know if it's exactly the same, but it's very similar to the original Linden map, protecting that Chaldean community of interest that we heard about. 12 also is very similar to the Linden map, protecting that Lakeshore community of interest that we've heard about. In order to accomplish that, we added Waterford to be in a district with 7 going south. 13 takes in more of Commerce Township into the district. And in order to accomplish that, we moved around a few of the townships in 23 and 24, similar to in Crane. I do not have the compactness metrics for this one in front of me. Could you run that real quick, Kent?
Yes.
Commissioner Ede, Commissioner Lang's hand is up.
I see it. I just want to see these real quick first.
The least compact is 1, the most compact is 22.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, can you tell me, how many districts were changed in this particular plan?
I think it changed the same amount of Crane, but I'm not 100% sure because of that District 9 that is similar to the original. So I don't have that answer for you.
Okay, I asked because it seems like when we were doing the house, the farther out we got away from districts that had to be changed, the more concern it brought in 23. To change any in 23 seems like it's kind of far out, just my opinion. So I was kind of curious how many total districts had been changed.
Could we compare this to Linden and see how many districts changed?
I haven't done where's the comparison? Are you talking about just looking at it?
Yeah, I think you just put on the overlay.
Okay. There was a tool for doing that, but I think it would take a moment to run. you got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 1, 2, 3, of course, 8, 12 changed, 11 changed. What do we got?
Yeah, so 23 and 24 changed on this one. I believe they also
14.
right. I believe that those same ones also changed in Crane. And I don't know how it goes to the total number, but 9 and 7 remain mostly the same as Linden, from what I'm seeing.
I counted them. It looks like it would be 1 through 12 plus these two. So, and 13, 14, 15.
Okay. Um, okay, any motions for this map, commissioners? Well, I'll motion that it moves forward.
Second.
We have a motion from myself and a second by Commissioner Muldoon. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Zatella?
I'm hearing, it sounds like construction noise in the background, and I can barely hear you when you're talking, Commissioner.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. Commissioner Lett?
Can we just assume that we're gonna do roll call votes from here on out since we're doing them on everyone anyway?
Ms. Shar is for Department of State. Usually I believe someone has to ask for one.
I believe that that would count as asking for one. Commissioner Lett just asked for a roll call vote for the rest, so we can proceed.
Sounds good to me. Well, I think this is a good map. I think it takes Hummingbird and it improves upon it. 11 is now quite a bit different than what it had before. I think the changes we made to accomplish that make a whole lot of sense. 9 being similar to the original, protecting that Chaldean community of interest. I think it does better in 3 and 10 as well, because Farmington Hills is no longer split. 3 takes in more of Commerce Township, so it's less split. Whereas 8 has that Highland at Park and Hamtramck, Detroit centered district. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing nothing, we'll go to vote. If we can get a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, we are voting on the Phoenix V1 map. A yes vote means that you're ready for the map to move forward or would like the map to move forward. And a no vote means that you would not like the map to move forward. I'll begin with Commissioner Ede.
Yes.
Commissioner Callum.
Yes.
Commissioner Lang.
No.
Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
No.
Commissioner Zatella.
No.
Commissioner Vallette.
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
No.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
No.
Mr. Chair, we have a tie. 6 yes, 6 no. Commissioner Lang's hand is up, and then Commissioner Zatella.
Right. I see that. Commissioner Lang?
I was gonna ask what a tie means. That means that it does not proceed, correct? Since the motion was to move it forward, if there's a tie and you don't get majority, it means it doesn't move forward. I'm just asking if that's correct.
Ms. Shar?
Bear with me one moment. I'm trying to see if the deliberations procedure says anything different, so give me just a second.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I was just gonna say under Robert's rules, a tie means the motion fails.
I was gonna say that too, but let's let Megan bring the final word, because that's what I see as well, Commissioner Zatella. But let's wait 1 second.
It is not discussed in the deliberations, so I would defer to Robert's rules. So yes, a tie wouldn't fail.
Okay.
With a tie vote, this map fails. It does not move forward.
All right. If a commissioner who voted no wants to, they have to have voted no, but there is an option for them to reconsider. But for now, we will move to Robin. Okay, Robin, this one has 4 VRA districts. We're looking at Robin 377, 5924, version 5. 4 VRA districts. Lopsided margin here is 3.8. Mean median difference is 0.3. Efficiency gap is 0.8 with a seats to votes ratio of 22 to 16. I have this one changing 15 total districts with the compactness under the Polsby-Popper score having the most in 5 and the least in 1. Would anyone like to speak about this map? Commissioner Lang, I saw your hand first.
I just have a couple questions on this map. It looks like District 12 and 25 were changed from the Linden. Is that correct? In Linden, didn't 12 go all the way around the lake? That's a question, if you know the answer.
So my list says 12 is changed and 23 and 24 are changed. It does not say 25 is changed, but it kind of looks like it is on here.
Okay.
No, yeah, this was right there. Is that called? This area was in 20. No, this was in 12, and now it's in 25. So they put the this area into 25. Then that moved the Mount Clemens in a small area of more. Is this?
Harbor Woods.
Yeah, Harbor Woods. I was going to say Morningside, but I knew it wasn't right.
Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, it's not specifically about this map, but can you tell me how many maps we have passed forward so far?
Right now, I am looking at 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ms. Shar?
Thus far, the commission has voted to advance the Cardinal map, the Crane map, the Dove map, Finch version 2. So that would be 4 in total.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sotelo.
Yeah, I was gonna say that this map was one of the first to go back to that kind of 7 configuration, because the other maps that we were working on, like the Swift, the Sparrow, the Starling, all had 7 kind of more compact and venturing into Detroit, not connected with Pontiac. And so this was, because I drew that District 7. That was done after we received public comments from people in Pontiac who were asking us to put them back to the configuration they had in the Linden. And then I tried to keep the shoreline mostly the same, but put that Mount Clemens into 11 to just create a little bit of a different 11 district than what was in the Linden. So it wasn't copying the Linden.
Thank you. So if we zoom in on Detroit here, so this is the one that 1 wraps around Dearborn, but then 3 and 8 split up Hamtramck from Highland Park. 3 is like the east side of Detroit up to East Point, whereas the 8 includes Highland Park, takes in the west side of Detroit, and goes up to Ferndale. I just wanted to point out that. And the 6 in here has Farmington Hills being in whole with Livonia and Redford.
Romulus also isn't split in this one. A lot of our maps have Romulus split, and this map does not. And then I believe it also, you'd have to scroll out a little bit. I believe it has Van Buren Township, Belleville, Huron, and Sumter all together in one district, which was something else we were asked for. Yep.
Okay. What do we want to do with this, folks?
I move that we move it forward.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lang, seconded by Commissioner Zatella, to move this map forward. Is there any further discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move to vote.
This vote, commissioners, is to move the Robin map forward. A yes vote means that you would like to move the map forward, and a no vote means that you would not like the map to move forward. I will begin with Commissioner Kellum.
No.
Commissioner Lang,
Yes.
Commissioner Latz,
No.
Commissioner Muldoon,
No.
Commissioner Orton,
No.
Commissioner Zatella,
Yes.
Commissioner Velez,
No.
Commissioner Weiss,
No.
Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan,
No.
Commissioner Curry,
No.
Commissioner Ede.
No.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 3 yes to 9 no, the motion fails. The vote, the map does not move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Sparrow. So right now we're looking at Sparrow, which is 349, 42524 version 7. It has 4 VRA districts. I'm seeing 13 districts were changed. It has a lopsided margin score of 5.0%, a mean median difference of 0.3%, an efficiency gap of 1.9%, and a seats to votes ratio of 21 to 17 plus 2.4% for the Democrats. For the compactness, under the Polsby proper metric, the most is 22 and the least is 20.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, what was the lopsided margin? Can you read a couple of those again? The lopsided margin and the means median?
Sure. Lopsided margin is positive 5.0. Mean median difference is 0.3%, and the efficiency gap is 1.9%. The seats to votes ratio being 21 to 17, plus 2.4% to Dems.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this one has a similar Detroit to what we were just looking at, kind of. One doesn't wrap around quite as far into Dearborn, and instead goes eastward to take up Hamtramck and go into the east side. Whereas District 3 includes Highland Park, along with the rest of Detroit. Commissioner Orton.
What bird name was this one again?
We are on Sparrow.
Thank
Does anyone have any thoughts on this map, commissioners? Commissioner Curry?
Excuse me, I'm looking for, oh, I see it now. Okay. I didn't see it before, but I see it.
Commissioner Zatella.
Is it possible to have the blue names taken off? I just find them kind of difficult to, and then can you zoom out a little bit?
Well, I was trying to take the blue names off. I don't know why they're showing up on this map. I don't know why they're showing up on this map. I don't know.
So I do like that this map has that different configuration for 7, where it's kind of more close, like Detroit bordering kind of, instead of stretching up. And we don't have a lot out there right now that has that configuration. So I like that this is kind of a different option. Instead of just having 3 districts in Detroit. I'd actually move that we move it forward.
We have a motion by Commissioner Zatella. Does anyone have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Zatella and a second by Commissioner Lang to move Sparrow forward. Is there any further debate? Commissioner Orton, did I see your hand?
No, it just took me a while to take it down.
Okay.
Can he just move it out a little bit? Let me look at this thing one more time. It look like I'm looking at Detroit outside of Detroit or something. What am I seeing? Yeah,
This is E-course right here, Commissioner.
I know where Ecorse River Rouge is. I'm looking where you got Detroit outside of outside Detroit Holland Park together in 3. Is that what that is?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
Commissioner Orton?
And Kent, can we move down the map and see District 4?
Yes. District 4 splits Romulus.
Okay, and it splits the
Van
Van
Buren.
Buren Township from Sumter.
Yes.
Thanks.
This one has, can you repeat that for the Van Buren area? Gotcha, I see it. Thank you. Commissioner Callahan.
It also seems to cross 8 Mile an awful lot across a lot of different suburban, mainly suburban districts. I'm not sure if there's a compelling reason for that.
Well, I think we can cross 8 Mile in ways that make sense based on community input. We've had a lot of maps that have done that. 7 is a little different in its configuration there, but I don't think just it being 8 Mile is a reason to, be afraid to go over it or not, just as long as it's in ways that make sense for the COIs that we've heard from.
This one just seems a little more extensive than any other configuration that we've put forward so far. Just an observation.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatello?
Sorry about that. I think it's actually pretty similar to the other maps that we've, not necessarily same design of districts, but that crossing. Because if you look back at the Cardinal and the Dove, the Crane, that's not true for, but the Cardinal and the Dove have that kind of crossing over of 8 Mile. And we've actually received feedback from people saying, we've heard 2 different sides. We've heard some people saying keep Detroit within Detroit, and then we've heard people saying, no, cross 8 Mile because these border communities north of 8 Mile are actually connected with Detroit. And so, heard varying reports on that.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, I have to agree on that about the kind of opposing public comments we got. I know when I did mine, I kept mine below 8 Mile. And it seems like recently the public comments were not in favor of that. So I guess to have some maps that give them both options to see what the public thinks as a whole might not be a bad thing.
Commissioner Zatello?
Yeah, and I would also just add that this is one of the few maps, and there's a series that we have here with like the Sparrow, the Starling, the Swift, where those are the maps that actually put Plymouth with Canton, which is something we heard a lot about with Plymouth and Canton being together. And these maps actually accomplish that. So Plymouth and Canton are united in this map, which I think is, again, offering a different option for people out there. I do think we need to have some consolidation across the Sparrow, Swift, and Starling maps. Maybe just advance one out of those, because they all kind of have the same 7, 10, 1, 3 configuration. So yeah.
Okay, if the Commissioner Orton.
Well, I think it is good to pare down our options and know which one we want to choose. So if Commissioner Zatella thinks that those are similar, those maps that I think she like mostly drew, then maybe we should compare them now and, choose one or something.
So I would say the Swift and the Sparrow have the same configuration for 11 and 12. And the Sterling and the Swift 2 have the District 12 kept intact from the original Linden. And Starling, I keep wanting to call it Sterling, I'm sorry. Starling 2 keeps Van Buren with Sumter and Huron, whereas the other ones have Van Buren pulled up with Canton. So maybe Starling 1 or Starling 2 would be the one to look at and consider moving forward. And then the other ones, Swift 2, Swift 1, and Sparrow, not move forward.
We can overlay the different versions if if the commission would like.
So which one do we have open right now? Which is this? This is, I've lost track at this point.
This is the Sparrow.
Okay, so like if you were to overlay the Swift 1 over it, I think that might be a useful comparison.
What is the
Swift 1 is 0507 version 4. 0507 version 4.
I wouldn't 289. I don't have that one.
Oh,
I said
okay.
that, and that's the very one I don't have. We can go, let me go open it up and create it. Just do it right now. What was that again? It was 3.
For the Swift is 362, and the Starling, which is I think what you had open. Now I'm getting confused. I'm sorry. What did he originally have open? Somebody tell me.
362.
362 was the Swift 1.
Well, it's shut down.
Sorry.
I'll be right back as soon as I get it back up.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I also thought 364 Dove was similar to Swift version 1 and Starling version 1.
The Dove has the up and down District 7 though. So it's quite different in Oakland County because of that. It is similar to the District 5 though.
So this is the Swift 1, Swift version 1.
I believe it's version 4.
Yep, that's right. I was just looking at it. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to Sparrow and bring that Swift 1 in. So yeah, there we go. So yes, okay, there's 1 is the same, 2 is the same. 3 is the same, a little bit of 7. 6 is different.
Swift 1 versus Sparrow.
Yes.
Okay, and do you have the Starling 2?
All right, what was that?
That's
Date?
050924.
Now that one I should have handy.
Yeah, because if you see for this District 5 that was just on the screen, it's got Canton, Van Buren Township, and Belleville, and half of Romulus together, plus Plymouth. Whereas the Starling 2 has Plymouth and Canton together, plus Romulus.
Okay, what was the Starling plan name? I don't have it on this list.
050924 version 2.
Yep.
I know Commissioner Lang has to leave in a few minutes. And we do have a motion and a second that's on the table.
To move which plan forward? What name?
Sparrow.
Sparrow. I would say, yeah, I mean, if you just see the difference there in District 5, the Sparrow puts Van Buren Township and Romulus with Canton. The Starling has a different configuration with Romulus that I believe Commissioner Muldoon drew, where he puts all of Romulus intact with part of Taylor into Canton and portions of Wayne Westland. All right, so yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lang. I have nothing else on that if you want to take the vote so she can leave.
I had a question.
Commissioner Lang?
I was going to ask, there was a first and a motion and a second on this one. Then during discussion, it was stated that Starling 2, version 2 was a better version of it, which I do like that it keeps the Lakeshore community. We heard so much about that for even through the House plan. So I was wondering if Commissioner Zatella would be willing to withdraw her motion and make another motion for the one that she thought was the best. And since you were talking about possibly eliminating others.
I can do that. I can withdraw my motion with respect to the Sparrow and instead make a motion to advance the Starling version 2. And I would just ask that Kent opens up that version so people can see it. But yes, it does have the original District 12 intact. And then it puts Plymouth with Canton. And then, like I said, Commissioner Muldoon was the one that put Romulus and part of Taylor up into that Canton district to reunite Van Buren Township with Huron and Sumter.
Is that the motion?
No, I don't think I did. I worked on Fraser on V2.
Does anyone know who did that? Because that's not something I did.
So you withdrew your original motion, and then you made a motion to instead advance Starling V2. Did that get a second?
I will second that.
Okay, can you just pull up the actual Starling V2?
Yes.
Okay, and we kind of went through this already, but just for the record, 4 VRA districts, lopsided margin on this one is 5.0, mean median difference is 1.4%, efficiency gap is 1.9% with a seats to votes ratio of 21 to 17, 2.4% for the Democrats. It changes 13 total districts, and the most compact district is 22, the least is 20. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Zatella?
I would just add that the District 1 is pretty similar to what Commissioner Kellum had drawn in the Phoenix and the Hummingbird before it. And then this, like I said, combines Plymouth with Canton. It keeps Farmington Hills whole. It keeps Livonia whole. And, you know, also puts Romulus whole, but with 5, and then Van Buren, Sumter, those communities that it asked to be together are still together.
All right. Any more discussion? If not, we will move to vote. We can get a roll call, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We are voting on map Starling version 2. A yes vote means that you're in favor of moving the map forward. A no vote means that you are not in favor of moving the map forward. I will begin with Commissioner Lang.
Yes.
Commissioner Letts. Commissioner Letts. You have to come off mute, sir.
No.
Thank you. Marcus Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
No.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yes.
Commissioner Ballet.
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
No.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
I don't even know. Yes.
Commissioner Ede.
No.
Commissioner Kellum.
No.
Mr. Chair, we have a tied vote. Motion fails.
Commissioner Lang.
Just for the record, I have to leave now. Best of luck to everybody finishing this, and we'll see you the next time.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang.
And once again, if anyone would like to reconsider their vote on this later, as long as it's in the meeting today, we can. Mr. Fink.
Yeah, just to follow on what you said, Mr. Chairman, during the House remedial mapping process, you sent forward, I don't know, 10 or 11, I think collaborative maps it was. I know that you're cutting a number of maps here. I'd encourage you to provide as many options as possible to the public. I don't have a vote on this, obviously, but as Mr. Chairman, you indicated if anybody voted no on any of the maps that you've already considered, you could move to reconsider. I just would encourage you to put forward as many options as you can to the public, to the extent that you think they're, reasonably configured maps, just to make sure that you provide and present enough options to the public. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. I think I saw Commissioner Villette's hand.
Yeah, I just don't, do we have to revote? Because I remember when Juanita wanted to change her vote, we wouldn't let her.
So anybody, if they're in the losing side of a vote, can do a motion to reconsider either on the same day or at the start of the next day. That's always.
Okay, I do understand now. I know, I see the difference. Thank you.
Yeah, but you have to be on the losing side of it and change your mind in order to put forth the motion to reconsider. Is that right, Ms. Shar?
That is, and a motion to reconsider requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay, Commissioner Cullum.
So my question, you said the losing side of the vote, that the person that has been on the losing side of the vote they can be the only person to make a motion for reconsideration?
No, I think I.
Let
I
me
wanna make sure.
clarify. So if you
Yeah.
if you voted against the motion, so I think that that might be what Chair Eid was referring to as the losing side. I guess that's not very
Okay.
clear.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so Starling V2 had a tie. Phoenix had a tie. We're back to, is there any motions regarding Sparrow? Okay, let's go to Starling V1.
Excuse me, Chair. What are we gonna do with Sparrow? It has neither been passed nor, I guess it's just gonna
Not
sit.
doing anything with it right now.
Okay, next.
Starling V1.
Mr. Chair, Megan has her hand up and Commissioner Kellum, sir.
Mine was not intentional. My apologies.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so this is Starling V1. We have 4 VRA districts. The lopsided margins test here is 5.0%. Mean median difference is 1.4%. Efficiency gap is 1.9%. With a seats to votes ratio of 21-17. I have it changes 13 total districts, and the most compact district is 22, the least compact being 20. We've kind of talked about this. It is similar to what we were just looking at with Sparrow and Starling V2. Yeah, does anyone want to speak on this map?
How is this different from the one we just voted on?
Do we want to overlay the two? Could you overlay Starling V2 onto here?
Okay, what's that plan name?
0509 version 2. And the difference is that Canton configuration is Romulus is split in this map. Van Buren Township, I believe, is with Canton and not with Huron and Sumter.
So it's 0509 version 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only difference?
Well, no, there's a difference in 3 too. If you look at District 2 and yeah.
Then you got,
Looks like the line in 1 is a little different too.
yeah, is that Lincoln Park? Lincoln Park. And a little bit right here.
Okay. Thank you for that, Kent. Any other discussion about this map? Any motions? All right, I do not see any. Well, that brings us to Starling V3. Commissioner Zatella?
So I think we should at least have a vote on this, since it's a name map. So I'll make a motion to advance it to the court.
We have a motion by Commissioner Isatella. Is there a second?
I can second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. We have a motion by Commissioner Isatella and a second by Commissioner Orton to advance this map. Starling V1. Any more discussion on this map, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move forward to vote.
Yes, sir. We're voting on map Starling V1. A yes vote means that you are in favor of moving the map forward. A no vote means that you are not in favor of moving the map forward. We will begin with Commissioner Letts.
No.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Yes.
Commissioner Orton,
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella,
Yes.
Commissioner Villette,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
No.
Commissioner Andrade,
No.
Commissioner Callahan,
No.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
Commissioner Ede,
No.
Commissioner Kellum,
No.
Commissioner Lang. I think we lost Commissioner Lang. Mr. Chair, with a vote of 5 yes to 6 no, this vote in this map will not move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Young. That was 6 to 5.
That was 6 no to 5 yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's try Starling V3. Okay. So this was the same as V2, except for the Fraser area that Commissioner Muldoon worked on. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we had a public comment about it being with Lakeside, not really belonging to Lakeside.
Okay, but everything else seems everything else looks the same.
We tweaked D1 and D3 for population balancing, barely.
Okay, with the Midwest neighborhood, right?
Yes, yes.
Any other differences anyone would like to point out here? And I believe this has the same metrics as Starling V2, but we can double check that super quick if you want to run the partisan fairness report.
So the a lopsided margin is 5.0. The mean median is 1.4. The efficiency gap is 1.9 Republican. Seats votes ratio is 2.5. Proportionality bias difference is 2.5. Count of seats is 2117 Democrat.
Thank you. And then can you run the compactness analysis as well?
Sure. So this is the Polsby Popper, and the most compact is 22, the least compact is 20. We go to the Schwarzberg, I think that's how you say it. It's again, most compact 22 and least compact is 20. Rioch, most compact is 31, least compact is 1. And then the next is most compact is District 16, least compact is 32. And finally, the convex hall is most compact 21, least compact District 1. Any questions?
Does not look like we have any.
All right.
Are there any motions, commissioners?
I'll motion, move it forward.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Muldoon, seconded by Commissioner Zatella to move Starling V3 forward. If we could get a roll call vote, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. We're voting on map entitled Starling V3. A yes vote means that you're in favor of moving the map forward. A no vote means that you are not in favor of moving the map forward. We will begin the vote with Commissioner Orton,
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella,
Yes.
Commissioner Vallette,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
Commissioner Eid,
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum,
No.
Commissioner Lett,
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
With a vote, Mr. Chair, of 10 yes to 1 no, the motion does carry. This map will move forward.
Okay. Two more left in this batch. Swift V1 and Swift V2. Let's start with V1. Commissioner Orton.
Yeah, I wonder if, I think Commissioner Zatella did these, so I just wonder if she could just tell us quickly the difference between V1 and V2. Or if we can overlay, whatever. They must be similar since they both have the same name.
So the difference would be the District 12 and District 11. So one has the original Linden Lakeshore, one has the excuse me, I'm having problems with my voice, I'm sorry. Rosedale, portion of Sterling Hills, Fraser connection that the one man asked us to put together.
And yes, right. We're looking at Swift V1 now. Map 362, 050724 version 4. Has 4 VRA districts. Lopsided margins test is 5.0. Mean median difference is 0.9. Efficiency gap is 1.9. And the seats to votes is 21 to 17. 2.4% for the Dems. This changed 13 districts, whereas Swift version 2 changes 12. Commissioner Stella.
Yeah, I would also add that this configuration is very, very similar to the Starling 3. So unless you have some particular distinction you think that this map has, I personally think we should just pass on the Swift 1 and Swift 2, particularly since we've already advanced the Starling 3.
Mr. Fink.
I apologize. I did not intend to put my hand up.
All good. All good. So I see that this does look similar. You have the 1 and 3 where Hamtramck and Highland Park are a little different. Well, they're in different districts. One goes from downriver up through the east side of Detroit. 13 looks the same as what's in a few of the maps. 10 has Warren, Centerline, as well as parts of Northeast Detroit. We look at 4 and 5, Romulus is split, and I don't think this has Sumter being in with Van Buren, although I might not be looking at it correctly.
They're not Sumter and Van Buren 4 and 5.
Okay, and metrically, Swift 1 and Swift 2 are very similar. They're also, it's also similar to Starling, so I don't think there's any issues there.
I can open up Swift 2 and overlay this plan if that would.
That might be helpful.
Okay, we'll do that because this one's already been done. All right, where's Swift? (507)24 V4. I believe that, yeah. Yeah, the difference is just right there. 11 and 12 and 10.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. You can probably leave this on because we're going to go to it next. Are there any motions regarding Swift V1? Okay, we will move on to Swift V2, which is the map we're looking at. Could you overlay Starling V3, the one that we did move forward, to see the differences between Starling V3 and Swift V2?
All right, well, just what's that plan name? Is that a 509? Somebody Can somebody tell me what Starling V3? Wait, you want to overlay Starling V3?
Right on top of it. I want to see how similar or different it is.
Starling V3 is
395.
520 V2. Okay. Five 20 V2. Five 20 V2. This one off. This one. Okay.
That outline is Starling V3, correct?
Yeah, edge. That was my intention. So this is 520 24 V2. And 520 24 V2, yes.
Wonderful.
And we have some difference, 11 and 12. 10 is the exact same. Well, slight difference between 10 and 8. But 1 and 3 and 4, 5 are really a little bit. 13, 7.
Yeah. I mean, it looks to me that Starling V3 is the improved version of the two from a community standpoint. But metrically, all three of these are the same as what was just said. V3 did advance. So does anyone have anything to add about this map? Commissioner Zatello.
Could you restate the name again of which map we're looking at, please?
Yes, this is Swift V2. Swift V2, which is also 361, 05, 07, 24, version 5. You want to turn off the overlay? Thank you. Ms. Shar.
I just want to clear up the record because I misspoke earlier. For a motion to reconsider, if it is in the same meeting or the immediately following meeting, it is just a majority vote, not a 2/3 vote, as I indicated earlier. And I did verify that your rules of procedure don't have anything contrary to that. So just a majority vote.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, any motions on this? All right, I do not see any. Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, let's give the interpreters as well as us a break.
I was about to mention the same thing. Let's take 10 minutes, come back, and we can look at the configurations with 3 VRA districts.
There is one more plan, but it doesn't have a bird name. It's the plan that came back. It was fixed. Does that?
379, the other version of Hummingbird. We could take a look at that too when we get back if anybody wants to. But let's go on break for now. We'll come back at 4:10. All right, everyone, welcome back. Okay, so we have maps now that have 3 VRA districts. And if we go in alphabetical order, it starts with Blue Jay V1, which is $378. Commissioner Zatello?
So it's still displaying break on the screen.
Oh, thank you.
And then I also, in general, am not in favor of us considering passing on any of the maps that have only 3 VRA districts. I think we have plenty of maps that we've put out that have 4, and there's just no reason to go with one that's more likely to be challenged. So I'd actually make a motion that we not advance any of the maps that have only 3 VRA districts.
I'll second that.
Well, we have a motion by Commissioner Zatello and a second by Commissioner Weiss to not advance any maps that have 3 VRA districts. Is there any discussion? Well, I think there's still some configurations in there that have positives for the different areas that we'd like to see. So I don't really have anything against at this phase of the process submitting some that have 3. Like, that doesn't mean we have to vote on them in the end, but just to hear about how folks feel about, different configurations that we have, especially around Detroit, I think it could be preferable. Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I would be against not considering a 3 VRA district. It's kind of coming in the back door on race. If we're only considering VRA districts of 4. So I think it gives us that questions what we've been doing somewhat. And obviously the decision was that we did it all based on race. Try to be against it.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, that's a really interesting thought. I had not thought of it that way. So I would say if we do consider ones with 3, thinking back to what Baker Hostetler said, we would need to show on the record clear reasons why we think it's justified with communities of interest and other higher, or not higher, but other criteria.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I disagree.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Mr.
Curry.
Chair. Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Lett said and even Commissioner Orton. And so, yeah, we can give it a try. It wouldn't hurt anything if they didn't choose it.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on this. A yes vote would mean that we are not looking at we're not looking at advancing any of our plans that have 3. A no vote would mean we will move forward and continue to go through them and vote on the maps as we've been doing.
Can you?
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
Yeah. Are you saying you're not gonna put any 3s up, or you gonna continue on with just the VRAs 4?
Well, we have to vote, right? That's what we're voting on now.
That's what I'm saying. Which way are you voting? How are you voting? I didn't catch it.
Which way am I voting?
I mean, not, I'm not talking about you per se, excuse me, but can you explain yourself a little bit clearer? So I don't know which way I'm voting.
So if you were to vote yes, that would mean that we will not look at any of the maps that have 3 VRA districts. If you vote no, it means that we will look at some of the maps that have 3 VRA districts.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I see, well, so I saw a lot of, can we just do a roll call vote
Yeah,
here?
that's what I was just gonna
People
say.
raising hands. Sorry, Ms. Young, let's get another roll call.
No, I was already ready because. Do you want to restate the motion, Mr. Chair?
The motion on the table is for the commission not to move forward any of the maps with 3 VRA districts. A vote of yes would mean you are in favor of not adopting any maps that have 3 VRA districts. A vote of no would mean we will continue to look at the maps that have 3 VRA districts.
You have messed that up real bad.
Thank you.
It's hard when you have motions
that one.
Negative. Let's go ahead and vote, please.
I will begin the vote with Commissioner Orton. Are you clear on how we're voting?
I was.
Okay. If the motion is to not advance any maps with only 3 VRA districts. So if you vote yes, I agree with that motion. You get it? And if you vote no, then you're.
Okay. I vote no.
It's kind of backwards, but it's right.
Okay, I vote no.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella. I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Villette.
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
Even though I agree with Mr. Commissioner Letts, I will still follow through with a yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
No, I want to keep looking at the 3, no on the motion. Yes. No on the motion.
Commissioner Curry.
Oh, no. No.
Commissioner Eid.
And I don't even know if that's right or wrong.
Commissioner Eid.
No.
Commissioner Kellum.
Don't beat me. I have to say it in the sentence. No, because I want to consider maps that have 3 VRA districts.
This is great. I love it. Commissioner Lett.
No.
Commissioner Muldoon.
No.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 3 yes to 8 no. We will
continue. Wonderful.
continue to look at the districts that have 3 VRAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
Motions to not do something are always difficult to manage, so I appreciate everyone's clarification there. Okay. Mr. Stegall.
Okay, where are we starting?
Blue Jay V1.
Or just Blue Jay, right? Yep.
Yes. So this map Blue Jay, map 378, 050924 version 6, has 3 VRA districts. For partisan fairness, the lopsided margin score was 4%. The mean median difference was 2.7%. The efficiency gap was 0.8%. And it changed, the seats to votes ratio was 22 to 16, 5% for the Dems. And it changed a total of 14 districts. The most compact district is 22 and the least is 1. It has kind of a similar configuration to Finch V1 and V2, only instead of District 8 going further south and touching the river, it goes a little bit more north, and 3 curves around that mid portion of Detroit up to a little bit more of an east side, west side divide. It's a little different in Detroit from some of the other maps we've seen. I'll note that District 2 also includes Southgate 2, and that is not something that we have in some of the other ones. And then 4 and 5 are similar to what are in other maps. Taylor is whole, but Romulus is split. Troy, Sterling Heights, and Warren are here together. And 11 includes Warren. Any thoughts on this, commissioners? Commissioner Zatello.
So can we overlay the cardinal on top of that?
And what's that plan number? Plan, yeah.
It's 373.
Well, okay, well, do you have the?
I'm sorry, 5.9 version 1.
Okay, there you go.
So it looks like 5, 6, 2 are mostly the same. 13 is mostly the same. 9 is mostly the same. 10, instead of dropping down into, I believe that's Madison Heights, drops down into part of Warren and splits Warren. Warren gets split 3 times, it looks like. 11 is the same, 12 is the same. 7 is largely the same, except it now includes Madison Heights. And really the big changes are around kind of 1 and 8. It looks like that's kind of the biggest change there.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I mean, I think the changes are in the Detroit area for 1, 3, and 8.
And then could we also see the crane on top of that as well? You can take off the cardinal, put the crane on.
Mhm. Is that a 509 plan?
That is 5/15/24 version 2.
5/15/24 version 2.
Yep. Okay, so similar concept with the District 1, but it doesn't wrap around as far. That's what I wanted to see. It's how they fit over each other. Okay. And this map also splits Romulus, and it looks like the Crane does not. So, yeah, I mean, my general thought is we've already got the Cardinal that has some of the same elements, but does it better. And then ends up with the 4 VRA districts instead. So, like, why bring in a map with that's more difficult if there's a challenge than one that is better on those metrics? That would be my view.
Commissioner Callahan?
I wonder if we could see the Phoenix overlay on this.
Yes. You want that at the same time as,
No, just one overlay at a time. Otherwise I go crazy.
okay, and the Phoenix was done today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was version 1?
Yes, sir.
All right, that just helps. I want to make sure I get it right. So and I didn't do that, right?
So I know we voted on this map already, but I just wanted to point out from all the maps we looked at today, can this one and every other map that we have voted to move forward, none of them have a downtown configuration that even comes close to what Phoenix has laid out, where you've got one really running along the riverfront and 8 being stacked on top of it across the top of Detroit, and to get the Detroit neighborhoods a district. I don't think we have that anywhere else. We have a east-west divide. We have lots where one wraps around Dearborn. We have some where one goes on the riverfront, but then 8 is pushed off somewhere else. So we don't have anything that's remotely like a 1-8 stack in Detroit. For that reason, if nothing else, and from what Mr. Fink said, we need to give the public options. I really, really wish we could reconsider this map just so we can hear what the public has to say about this type of a Detroit configuration.
Commissioner Zatella?
You're wanting this configuration, where it
No,
wraps.
the Phoenix configuration, where it's that the Phoenix configuration. I'm looking at this map and looking at all the other maps that we have voted to move forward. We voted down a lot of maps. We've cut off a lot of options. I'm just making the point, as someone who voted for the Phoenix map, that this is one reason, if no other reason, to push it forward, is that the downtown region is quite unique from any other option right now that we have offered up. And it is a 4 VRA map. So I guess this is my plea to perhaps someone who voted no would be willing to reconsider, just so that we can have more varied options available for the public to comment on and us to learn from.
Okay, so you're not commenting on this map though. You're talking about the Phoenix. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, you're right. I'm commenting on the Phoenix, the overlay that's on this map.
Okay.
Okay. All right, are there any motions regarding this map or anything about?
I have one more comment.
Commissioner Zatella?
Can we see the Finch on top of this as well? So the Finch is 050924 version 8. And then I'm going to ask you for one more after that too, if you want to go ahead and load it first. You waiting on me or no?
Right now you have Finch overlaid. Finch V1.
Oh, you know what? I gave him the wrong map. What's Finch V2? I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know that it matters for the Detroit area. I don't think there were any changes there, so.
Finch V2 was one of the ones from today. It was version 3 from today.
Mr. Stegall, you are on mute if you are speaking.
I said, okay, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, it's District 1 is pretty similar. District 8 is pretty similar. There's a few line differences between 3 and 8, but they're pretty similar. And then can we also look at the Starling as well? And that would be Starling 3, which is the 0520 version 2.
520 version 2. I'm glad I loaded these all in this morning. I figured this is where we were headed. Okay, so what we have turned on is 520 version 2, which is the Starling 3.
Yes, and I just wanted to show that District 1 because it does have that kind of flat, elongated District 1 configuration that's similar to the Phoenix. Now, it does not have, you know, that whole east side north of 1 in a single district. It splits it, but it does kind of have that one district. So I just wanted to show that because we were also talking about the Phoenix.
Commissioner Kellum.
Just quickly, I echo what Commissioner Callahan said. While I appreciate the overlay, and yes, District 1 does have that. What continues to be unique, and I just want to be clear on the record, I'm not being a contrarian. The reason why I keep voting no on these maps is because they have very similar, they don't have any sort of imaginative configurations for the Detroit area. So I think we are doing the public a huge disservice by taking away options before they even see them. Even if they said, oh, you know what? I don't like Hummingbird, I don't like Phoenix, but I like what they did there, then those narrowly tailored tweaks could be added to one of those maps. But guess what? The public won't see it. And that's very troubling to me because not just what it does for the Metro Detroit area, but what it does for the suburbs. And it's a cleaner map. And it also scored very, very high. So if it were up to me, we could have voted for all the maps to be pushed forward. But I have a problem, especially some of the commissioners that I've talked to individually and wanting to hear the public. Now we're not doing that. And that's sad to me. So I'm going to continue to vote no, because these maps that we're going through, it's disenfranchised. How much, how little? We've heard from suburbs, and we've specifically heard from people that have expressed what certain shifts from certain parts of Detroit do with northern suburbs. And we've remixed that, but typically what I'm hearing that we like is affecting areas that otherwise will have the resources to come out. So it's unfortunate that we haven't had the public comment or the physical bodies to sway this commission, but I just want to be clear on the record that I don't approve any of these maps and what they're doing to the Metro Detroit area.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Kellum, and I'll tell you, I voted no on Hummingbird because it had issues, particularly in District 11, where I thought it was out of compliance with the charge from the courts. And I thought Phoenix fixed it, which is why I voted yes on Phoenix. But if neither one of those maps are going forward, then I would like to reconsider my vote for Hummingbird and vote yes on it, unless someone else is willing to vote yes on Phoenix.
Commissioner Curry and then Ms. Shar.
Yes. Well, mine, the map that I kind of drew up did not have a bird name yet, but I would like to submit it. And if it gets turned down, that's fine. But it was, I think 366 JCB1. And it was mostly designed to, change that 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11 that got thrown out in the courts. And I want to change it and do it the way that I kind of want to do it so that it would be acceptable, plus the fact that it would be contiguous. And I'm very familiar with the Detroit area. So I want to do it like that because I know which cities and which townships are contiguous. And I kind of know who hang with who and who go into each area, whatever. So I think that map, if it's got enough on it to be turned in, we could turn it in even if they turn it down.
So Commissioner Curry, your map is an individual map that is going through. We don't need to vote on that.
Okay, well, that's fine. I didn't know. I know some people that have did go off of it, but copy off it, but that's fine. As long as it kind of went through. But I thought it was a V3. It was a 3.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay, that's
It's an
great.
individual map. It goes through and we can, we can
Okay,
decide
good.
what to do with it later.
Sounds great.
So that's done. We had Ms. Shar, you had your hand up. Do you still have something to say?
I was just going to indicate that Commissioner Andrade, what you would need to do if you wanted that vote reconsidered was to make a motion to reconsider. And then if that gets a majority, we could go back and take a new vote on Hummingbird. So that would be the approach to do that. But I also want to remind the commission that you do currently have a motion pending. So we need to deal with that first.
I don't think anyone made a motion on this map yet. Did someone make a motion?
Not yet.
Right.
Oh, my mistake. Okay, so then it could be dealt with at any time.
Okay. Commissioner Zatello.
So I have a point of clarification, and then I have a motion. So individual maps that were submitted, unless the individual tells otherwise, are automatically being submitted. So I just want to confirm Commissioner Curry's individual map is going to be posted and published to the court. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, Mr. Woods.
Yes, all individual maps will be published to the court.
Okay.
And that would be 5, just so we can get it on the record. Commissioner Curry's, Commissioner Zatellas, Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Wagner, and Commissioner Lang.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's
Before
helpful.
before you make your motion, I did hear Elaine say she wanted to make a motion, and she did verbalize that. So, and there was not a motion on the table when she said that. So was that a motion, Commissioner Andrade?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to reconsider Hummingbird.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to reconsider the vote on Hummingbird. Since Commissioner Andrade originally voted no on Hummingbird, she is allowed to make that motion. The motion first needs to get majority, and then we can go back and revisit taking the vote on Hummingbird. Is that correct, Ms. Shar?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll open the floor to discussion. Commissioner Zatella, do you have something to say relating to this motion?
Yeah, so since we're now looking at a different map, can we close this map down and reopen Hummingbird so we can actually see what we're voting on?
I don't believe there's any discussion on a motion to reconsider. You can check with Megan.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Can you check that, Ms. Shar, for me, please?
It depends on whether the original motion was debatable, and there was debate on the original motion. It is not amendable, though.
Debatable, but not amendable. Okay, we have Hummingbird open. Commissioner Curry, I see your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not up. Let me take it off.
So, I would prefer Phoenix. I think that is, it takes this and, improves it, makes it better. We spent a couple days working on it now. If you go back from the Wayne State meetings to today, I mean, we spent quite a lot of time trying to reconfigure this into that. And I think we did a good job at it. So I was a little disappointed that, people voted no for it, because I want, even if we don't go with it in the end, I do want to hear what people say about it. But if nobody else wants that, then I would vote yes on this, because it was the precursor to it. And it, metrically, it scores quite well. But I do prefer Phoenix to this one. The question is anybody going to be willing to change their vote for Phoenix or not? But Commissioner Weiss.
Just a quick question. If I'm correct, we have 5 maps that we pushed forward to send to the court. And then we have, out of the maps with VRA of 3, there's 5 of those. Is that correct? So that's a total of 10?
I have, can you repeat the last part of your question, Commissioner?
Right. We have 5 of the VRA maps that are only 3 districts, which those are all from commissioners. We have 5 of those, correct? So we have 10 total. Is that correct? Altogether, that's going to the court?
I know we have 5 individual. Ms. Shar, can you clarify on how many collaborative we've approved so far?
You have voted to advance 6 collaborative maps. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I think I have transferred one. Yes, 5 collaborative maps thus far. Those all had 4 VRA performing districts. There are 8 collaborative maps that have not been voted on that have 3 VRA performing districts. If those were to advance to the court, you would need to move those forward via a motion, but that has not been done at this point. So 5 are advanced thus far. Those are Dove, Cardinal, Crane, Starling version 3, and Finch version 2. They all have 4 VRA performing districts. And then you'll have the 5 individual maps.
So we've actually kind of done what Commissioner Lett said, that we've actually have some that have 3 VRA districts. I guess I'm all for, if we want to look at some of the other ones, that's fine. I was just curious how many we had total. Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, so I would just say I am not in favor of reconsidering this. We had 7 people vote against moving it forward, mostly because of concerns about District 11 is 91 point, I can't remember the exact, 91.2% identical to the District 11 that was struck down. And I just don't see the point of putting something in front of people to potentially have them look at and consider if we're ultimately not going to be able to put it forward to begin with. And then the Livonia district is pretty similar too. It's less identical than the other one. I think it was 65%. But still there's significant concerns there, and enough of a concern that the majority of the commissioners here, there was 7-5 vote, voted not to advance it. So I think we should not reconsider it at this point, so that we can actually spend time talking about these 3 district maps that we wanted to talk about, because right now we're rehashing an old map instead of actually talking about the 3 district maps that people just voted that they wanted to consider, and we're going to run out of time on those.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yeah, I was going to say if Commissioner Zatella wanted to reconsider her vote on Phoenix, I could withdraw my, because my motion on Hummingbird.
So being from the Canton area, I cannot in good conscience advance Phoenix because it's just absolutely terrible for the communities of interest in Canton. It puts Canton down in with Huron and Sumter. This does not have the same configuration. I actually was okay with this configuration, but the Phoenix takes Canton and does this C shape and wraps around Romulus and sends it down into very rural areas, and also splits it off from Plymouth, which is really where their community of interest is because they share a school district. So I cannot reverse my vote on Phoenix. I just can't, as a member of that community, vote for that map.
Commissioner Lett?
I call the question.
The question has been called.
In order to end discussion, it requires a 2/3 vote.
Does anyone else have, nobody else? I don't see any hands. Maybe we can, does anyone else have anything to say? All right, I don't see anyone. So Commissioner Lett, could you withdraw that and we can just move to vote?
Sure, I'll withdraw it.
Thank you. Okay. We are voting to reconsider the Hummingbird map. Voting yes would mean we are going to reconsider the Hummingbird map. Voting no will mean we will not reconsider the Hummingbird map. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. The vote is before you, commissioners, on Hummingbird. A yes vote is to reconsider Hummingbird, a no vote is to not. I will begin with Commissioner Villette.
No.
Commissioner Wagner. Oh, I'm sorry, she's absent. My fault. Commissioner Weiss.
No.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
No.
Commissioner Ede.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum.
Yes.
Commissioner Lang is absent. Commissioner Lett.
No.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton. Commissioner Orton.
Sorry, I thought you could hear me. I said no.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
No.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 5 yes to 6 no, the motion does not pass, it fails.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
Okay. Ms. Shar, could you read off the maps that have the 3 VRA, that have 3 districts that perform under the VRA? I have Blue Jay V1, Blue Jay V2, Eagle, Finch V1, Hawk, and Flamingo.
You are correct. I had a duplicate in there. I'm sorry for I'm not doing so great with numbers today, you guys. I apologize.
We're not making it easy on you, so I apologize. Okay, I wasn't gonna make a motion for the Blue Jay maps. Would anyone like to?
I'll make the motion to move it forward.
Okay, that's Blue Jay V1, the one we were looking at before the reconsideration.
The one we were looking at before the reconsideration.
Wonderful. Commissioner Orton.
He's pulling it up. I just wanted to see it again.
I'll second that, Commissioner Lett. So we have a motion on the table to adopt Blue Jay, to forward Blue Jay V1 to the court. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Isatella?
Yeah, since we've had a lot happen in between now and then, I would just reiterate that I feel like this duplicates a lot of what we have in other maps, and doesn't do it as well as those other maps do. And so we already have these districts open for consideration for other people, and they have a higher number of VRA districts. So I'd just be inclined to vote no on this one and stick with what we have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? All right, we will move to vote. Can we get a roll call, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. We are voting on map Blue Jay V1 to move forward. Yes vote means that you would like it to move forward, and a no vote means that you would not like this map to move forward. I'm going to begin with Commissioner Zatella.
So I'm going to vote no, but just to let you know, we're getting some weird feedback. At least I'm hearing weird feedback when you're talking, Yvonne.
Yeah, just was my door blew up. I'm sorry. Commissioner Villette.
No.
Commissioner Wagner is not here. Commissioner Weiss.
No.
Commissioner Andrade.
No.
Commissioner Callahan.
No.
Commissioner Curry.
No.
Commissioner Ede.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum.
No.
Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
No.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 3 yes to 8 no, this map will not move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Young. We are still
You're
hearing
welcome.
static, just so you know.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know what, I mean, now it's actually pretty quiet. I don't know what it is. Let me find out. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. We also have Blue Jay V2 that I had worked on earlier. I think we should keep going though to some of the other ones. Does anyone want to see it?
I've already brought it up, but there it is. It's Blue Jay V2.
Yeah. All right, I'm not seeing anything regarding this map, commissioners, so let's move to Eagle. Does anyone have any thoughts or motions on this map? Commissioner Zatello?
So I would say for both this and the Hawk, which we'll talk about in a minute, these were based off of Commissioner Curry's individual map in the configuration of 1, 3, and 6 to have these 3 compact Detroit districts. I feel like because it's a 3, I just am not in favor of voting for maps that have only 3 VRA districts, particularly when the Crane, which we did advance, has that same configuration with 4 VRA districts. So, and then this does have a different configuration on 5, 8, 7, and 9, more of that wrapping concept that a couple of the commenters had spoken about, where you have like a kind of a rim going around a tire. But again, I feel like it's a 3, so I am not in favor of advancing it, particularly when we have one we've already agreed to advance that has 4 and has that same Detroit configuration that Commissioner Curry worked on.
All right. Well, I'm not going to be making a motion for this. Commissioner Kellum?
I was just about to take my hand down and just handle in my vote, but no, for the same reasons that I've expressed. I think it does a disservice to the Detroit area. I think it could be broken up differently, as well as it only has 3 districts. And I think it mimics the same thing that we weren't doing. But now it seems to be that our maps are slamming Detroit together instead of appreciating their differences.
Well, I see nothing else on this, so we can go ahead and close it. That brings us to Finch v. 1. So we did forward Finch v. 2 to the court after making some community-based changes to this earlier today. I would prefer the V2 that we already advanced. My question is would it be good to also advance this original one to show the progression, or is that not necessary? Commissioner Zatello?
I don't think the public needs to necessarily see progression, and I think it just creates confusion. What specifically was changed in this? Can we put Finch v2 over the top of this to look?
Do we have a plan name I can look up here?
It was version 3 from this morning.
Oh, yeah. Well, I should know that since we've done this exercise a few times. Finch 1 and 2. It's predominantly right here.
It puts Ferndale back into 3, reuniting that COI that crosses 8 Mile.
So then Finch 1 splits the COI and Finch 2 reunites it.
Well, I think they look at different COIs, but yes, for that specific COI that we're talking about, the LGBT COI, it is Finch version 2 that has that in it. Any more thoughts on this one, commissioners? Okay, I don't see any, so let's close it. That brings us to Flamingo. So right now we're looking at Flamingo, 390. This has 3 VRA districts. And this was, I believe, yeah, so this one has a lopsided margin score of 6.3, a mean median difference of 3.4, an efficiency gap of 4.5, a seats to votes ratio of 20 to 18. We had started working on it, and we then put a lot of the things from this into Phoenix. But that District 8 in here is rather unique. I don't know of any other districts that we have where it goes around, kind of in and out of Detroit like that. So it's a unique configuration, but it does only have 3 VRA districts. So any thoughts on this one? Any motions? I do not see any. So that brings us to the last 3 district configuration. And that is, Commissioner Zatella had spoken about it a little bit already, but that is Hawk. Mr. Woods.
Yes, I just want to check with our ASL and closed caption and translators to make sure that they can still continue. We had an ending time of 5 o'clock.
Think we are almost done, hopefully in the next 10 or so minutes. I'm seeing.
Okay, we've heard from ASL. How about closed caption? Annette, are we good? Thanks.
All good. Thank you, folks. I know we're running a little long today. Okay. This is Hawk. As Commissioner Zatella said, it was based off of Commissioner Curry's map. And then some changes were made to it. Does anyone have anything to say about this one? Do not see any. So just go ahead and close it. And then there was one other map, the one that was mislabeled that had 4. Which map was that?
That was 0509 24 376. This one.
Okay, let's open that up.
Yeah, this has 4 performing districts. When it was initially when it was initially shown, the report showed it as having 3.
Commissioner Zatella?
Could he repeat the map number again?
It's 0509 24 version 4, map number 376.
376. Thank you.
Yes.
So this was the one that was similar to Hummingbird. But, yeah, this was one that was similar to Hummingbird, but had a little bit of a, are we sure this is the right one?
This is what I was given. Because it doesn't look, I don't know where those 3 districts are coming from.
I think it's the wrong map.
Yeah, that does not look right to me. One moment. This is the last one we have to go through, luckily.
376. Let me.
Yeah, on the website, it looks different.
Well, let me see if I mean, I could easily have loaded it in wrong, but this. So we'll just get it in here.
Commissioner,
This is something separate, and I don't know if Nate can weigh in on this, but I wanted to submit an individual map. And I wanted that map to be Phoenix.
Mr. Fink?
Well, the commission adopted a deadline for the individual plans to be submitted. And if the commission wants to modify its rules, they suppose it could do so by some kind of motion, but the rule in place right now that was adopted by the commission was that there was a deadline of for the submission of any individual maps that has passed. I understand that this is a map that's already gone through VRA and the required analyses, because assuming Commissioner Kellum indicates that she would be sending forward the Phoenix map, so it's not like a new map that she's drafted and would need to go back through analysis. But if it's being put forward as an individual map, the current rule would be that it had to be submitted by the deadline. So if the commission wants to modify its rule by motion, I suppose that would be appropriate, but I think under the current rule, it would be past the deadline.
Can I make the motion?
You can make any motion.
Megan has a hand.
Ms. Shar?
Well, you would not be able to do this as a motion to reconsider because you voted for the deadline. Oh, wait, no, you would be able to do this as a motion to reconsider, and it was at yesterday's meeting. So first you would need to make a motion to reconsider. And then you would have to file, that would need a majority vote, and then you would need to make a motion to change the deadline.
Okay, well, I make a motion to reconsider the deadline for individual maps, making that deadline be tomorrow.
Commissioner Zatella?
Did she vote no on the motion to set the deadline yesterday? Because I thought we would need someone who voted no.
That's a good point. I don't think.
Don't we usually just vote to change a rule? I mean, we've changed rules before by a simple motion of someone make a motion to change a rule without having to reconsider the vote where we changed the rule, where we made the rule.
I mean, a new motion can be made. That's an option, but I will defer to Ms. Shar for that.
Could make a new motion it wouldn't be to change the deadline, but it would be maybe to make an exception. I don't want to give wording for a motion. I'm not a commissioner. You
Yeah.
could make a motion for something that's not reconsidering the vote that already took place, but it would have to be a different motion.
I mean, that makes sense. That's what we did the first time around. There were extensions and considerations made. So I retract my first motion and make a motion for a consideration of an extension of a deadline. Is that better?
I would like, well,
Okay, well, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Now we can move to discussion. Commissioner Callahan.
I just want to make the point. I think if I'm not mistaken, the purpose of the original deadline was to make sure we didn't have people coming in at the last minute with maps that hadn't been looked at, hadn't been reviewed, hadn't been through analysis, hadn't been discussed, and just trying to throw stuff at our team and expecting them to get everything together, which is a little bit unreasonable. But in this particular case, this is a map that has been looked at by everyone multiple times. It's been through analysis. It's already. If the commission doesn't like it, that's completely acceptable. I mean, the commission votes, and the way they vote is how they vote, but we don't vote on anyone else's map. And if this map's all right, wrapped up and tied with a bow, I don't see why there would be a reason to block it and not allow this to be an exception if Commissioner Kellum wants to represent it as her map going through review.
Commissioner Muldoon.
I was just gonna make a motion that, a commissioner could move forward a map that's already passed VRA that's already done.
Commissioner Sotelo.
I just think rules are rules, and we've always been pretty strict on individual maps and when they need to be submitted by. And, I appreciate that Commissioner Kellum thought that the commission would want to advance her Phoenix map, and that didn't happen. But, we have these deadlines in place for a reason. We've always followed them, and I just don't feel we should make exceptions because a vote didn't go the way someone wanted it to go, and they now want to do a Hail Mary and bring it in a different way. I just think that if there was, nothing stopping her from submitting this as an individual map a week ago or even yesterday, and she chose not to do it. So I think she needs to be stuck with that at this point.
I'm raising my hand.
Commissioner Cullum.
It's not a Hail Mary, just to clear the record so that it's correct and it's my words and not another commissioner's words. This is an effort to have the public have something available to them. So this is not about a personal choice. There were 6 hands that touched this map. If I wanted to do a individual map, then I would have done that a long time ago. So this is not about the vote today. This is about the citizens and them having choice. So my motion stands. Thank you for those that are supporting it. And we've also, I'll add, we've extended things because of computer deadlines, illnesses. So this is not the first time that we have considered extenuating circumstances. Commission is an autonomous body.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Is there further discussion, Commissioner Lett?
I call the question or else we're going to be here all night.
I don't see any further discussion. So maybe we can just go ahead and vote. Can you withdraw that call, Commissioner Lett? You always do it at the right time.
Sure, as long as somebody doesn't sneak one in.
All right. Let's move to
Ms. Shar's hand is up, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Shar. Go ahead.
I want to make sure the record is clear what this motion is. It is to extend the deadline for submitting an alternate map to be advanced and published to the court for public comment. Are you setting a new deadline for that to be done? Because all you have said thus far is extending it. Extending it to when would be my question for clarity.
Yes, the time, I'm setting a new deadline by 8 p.m. on May 21st, Tuesday.
Mr. Fink, do you have a comment before we vote?
It's another clarifying question. And would that also apply only to maps that have already gone through full VRA and partisan fairness analysis? Because if not, I don't think our consultants are equipped right now to process any additional maps in time for us to turn these around to the court. So I'm assuming this would be to the extent a commissioner wants to put forward an individual map that's already gone through VRA, et cetera, as their individual map.
So to clarify, the motion is to extend the individual map deadline, an individual map that has already been analyzed by our team for VRA, partisan fairness, whatever else I'm missing. And that time of the deadline would be today, May 21st at 8 p.m. So for individual maps that have already gone the rigor of our analysis process and by 8 p.m.
All right, Commissioner Zatello.
I just want to make sure from Mr. Fink's perspective that that's adequate time for them to do what they need to do on the court side, because I believe they're due tomorrow.
Yeah, Commissioner Tella, again, based on the motion that's now been made, if this is a map that's already, it's just like any of the other maps. And so in terms of pushing that through and providing it, last time around, I believe the information was all posted, I think by the EDS team and some other folks to the website. And then we filed a notice with the court with a link to the webpage essentially. So there wouldn't be an issue with that from a technical perspective, assuming such a submission is made consistent with the motion that was just made. And I would defer to Director Woods in case I misspoke there, because he sort of facilitates some of the coordination of the technical aspects of it, but I don't think that would be an issue.
I think you did fine. I guess what I've been complimenting what you said earlier, Mr. Fink, is that if someone's going to advance an individual map, it's actually one of the maps that are currently has been analyzed. It is not someone bringing in a new map, but it's actually taking the maps that have not moved forward. If they would like to make one of those an individual map, they can do that, but it's not bringing in a new map that will require a VRA analysis, a partisan fairness analysis, and have to come back to the commission. Well, I guess it's an individual map, so it wouldn't matter.
Right. Let's go ahead and vote on this. I don't see any further discussion. Let's go to vote. Let's have a roll call. Please, Ms. Young.
Yes, sir. We are voting for reconsideration for an extension of the map submitting deadline to today, Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 by 8 p.m. This only applies to maps that have already been through the VRA partisan fairness and analysis process.
It's not a reconsideration, though. It's a new motion.
It's a consideration. Say that again, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner can clear it up.
The motion before the commission is to extend the deadline for submitting an alternate or individual map to be advanced and published to the court for public comment until May 21st, 2024 at 8 p.m., so long as the map has already received VRA and partisan fairness analysis. This was moved by Commissioner Kellum, supported by Commissioner Lett.
Okay, thank you. So I took the reconsideration part out. Everything else was the same. I will begin with Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
No.
Commissioner Ede.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum.
Yes.
Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
No.
Commissioner Zatello.
No.
Commissioner Billette.
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
No.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 7 yes to 4 no, the motion does carry.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome. And do I sound better, Mr. Chair?
You do, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more map to look at. And then I think we're done. Mr. Stegall? Do you have that up?
It's on its way. I would like to quickly show you just the, just so everybody is seeing what, this is 50924 V4 from, yes. So districts 8, 3, 1, and 6 are performing districts. Okay.
Okay. So this was the other version of Hummingbird that we spoke about. For some reason, it was first stated to have 3 VRA districts, but we know now that that was an error and it has 4. Does anyone have anything for this map?
This is 1, 8, 3, and 6. Yes.
I'm sorry, what map is this?
This is map 376 on the portal and 050924 version 4.
I'll motion we move it forward.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move this map forward. I do see some hands for discussion. Let's start it with Ms. Shar.
This plan does not have a bird name. Can we
Right.
give it a bird name for consistency's sake, please?
What birds do we have left? Anyone got one?
Aaron,
Did you get that, Ms. Shar?
Heron sounds great. Thanks, Commissioner Andrade.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
Could we put the overlay of the hummingbird on top of this, please?
Okay. And Hummingbird is, y'all help me with these plan names again. Is 515 or something like that.
One moment.
Hummingbird is 371 on 5.8 version 4.
5.8 version 4. Thank you.
I believe it was this what they were built from each other, correct? Was something in District 1, I think.
This looks just a little bit between 1 and 4. Looks like some blocks weren't assigned in this overlay.
Commissioner Zatella?
So then this is functionally the hummingbird. There's really no difference, and it still has that District 11, which has 91.2% intact to the prohibited District 11, and then also 5 and 6. It looks like this little pit of Lincoln Park was moved, and then maybe some water blocks assigned. So we have the same objections to it as before.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Cullum?
Same thing. I just think that there should be one map that provides an option for the public. So even if they don't choose this map, maybe one of the maps that other commissioners are voting for, you will get some feedback about other configurations and how to implement them.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I would just add that now that the deadline for individual maps has been extended as well, this is certainly one that Commissioner Kellum could submit, or she could submit the Phoenix. So the public will have the ability to see it, but as an individual map.
All right. I don't see any further discussion. Can we get a roll call, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. This is to move the herring map forward. Okay. A yes vote means that you are for moving the map forward, and a no vote means that you are not. We will begin with Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
Commissioner Ede,
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lett,
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon, Commissioner Muldoon,
Sorry, I wouldn't unmute. Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Orton,
No.
Commissioner Zatella,
No.
Commissioner Villette,
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss,
No.
Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 8 yes to 3 no, this map will move forward.
Okay. All right. Okay, all right, interesting decisions, commissioners. Thank you all for bearing with us for that time. We'll now, that completes all of the drafts, all of the advancing draft proposed maps. Just to make sure, is there any other map any commissioner would like to take into consideration? Okay, I do not see any. That task is complete.
All right, Commissioner E, just for the record, if any commissioners planning to submit an individual map by 8:00 p.m., they would please email myself and Megan Shar, as well as Kim Brace. And if you don't have those emails, let me know and I can take care of that.
Commissioner Zatello?
Excuse me, Chair, and I should be included in that email.
I mean, we'll take care of it. I just want to make sure
Okay.
I get it and I'll forward it to you. You'll get it.
I would just request, Mr. Woods, that you reach out to Commissioners Lang and Commissioner Wagner, since they are not here and they would have been unaware of the extension of the deadline, and they may wish to update their maps based on it.
When you say update their maps, what do you mean by that, Commissioner Zatello?
Well, maybe they want to substitute a different map. I don't know. I just think they should be made aware of that deadline because it has changed.
Oh, sure. So with regards to one of the maps that haven't gone forward, just so we're all saying the same thing.
Right, right.
Okay, getting that opportunity. More than happy to do so. Thank you.
We want everyone to have the same opportunity, that's for sure.
So I'll just email everyone.
Okay, commissioners, could I get a motion to table adopting the minutes until the next meeting, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table adoption of the minutes by Commissioner Kellum, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The motion is adopted. And we will table the minutes until the next meeting. Next on the agenda is the Executive Director's report. If there is no objection, commissioners, I'll turn it over to Executive Director Woods for his report. Is there any objection? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Commissioner Eden. Thank you, commissioners. Just want to let you know, I call it a virtual public hearing. It's really going to be a virtual town hall meeting, just so we have the correct lingo for terms of how we're promoting it. At 10 o'clock a.m. on the 29th, really want to share this with you because this is the last time we are meeting before we have a virtual town hall that takes place a week from tomorrow. At 10 o'clock a.m., the collaborative maps will go first and the individual maps. Then at 5 o'clock p.m., the individual maps will go first and then the collaborative maps. Then on June 6th, just so you see the schedule, the individual maps will go first and then the collaborative maps. Then June 6th at 5, the collaborative maps will go first and then the individual maps. That way that we have equal time. Yesterday, we shared about the 5 minutes per map in terms of the presentation and opened up for Q&A. But just want to reiterate that these virtual town halls, the recap is informal and conversational. You can sign up for public comment or raise your hand in the meeting to speak to a map or maps. The commission will not conduct any business at that time. We'll have our translators, closed caption, ASL will be available at that time. And we were trying to make it convenient for work and lunch schedules as well as an after 5 p.m. So that's why we're meeting from 10 to 1 and then 5 to 7:30 p.m. Obviously, with the individual maps, we will have the people that submitted the individual maps presenting those. But if there's anyone that wants to volunteer on a collaborative map, if you could please let me know, I would greatly appreciate it so that we can have as many people from the commission participating as possible. So if there's anyone, you can do it by yourself if you want to partner with someone. But if you want to present a collaborative map, please let me know because we're trying to get a program together and a run of shows so that we can make this as smooth as possible and engage the public. So by the time the public hearings take place, they can share with you which map they would like, or if there's any map that they do like, any tweaks that they would like to make. Thank you, Commissioner Eade. That was hopefully brief and to the point.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. I know that's going to be a hit. Look forward to those meetings. Are there any announcements or acknowledgements? I'll just acknowledge everybody for staying a half hour late today. I appreciate it. Went a little long, but it's an important meeting. We have some good maps out there. We have some good collaborative options, and I think a lot of the individual options are pretty good too. So hopefully we hear from the public, and thanks in advance to all of the staff for getting that out to the court tomorrow. Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, commissioners, a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Okay, I saw a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Callahan. Is there any debate? Seeing none, we will vote. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned